Honorable Majority Leader's objection seeks to question the propriety of the decision to admit the motion number 55 on the said order paper. As defined in Order 7 of the Standing Orders, a motion, and I quote, means a proposal made by a member that Parliament or a committee thereof do something, order something to be done, or express an opinion concerning some matter, unquote. In simple terms, and in accordance with accepted practice and conventions of this House, a motion is a mechanism for decision making by the House because it sets in motion the process for arriving at a decision. Such a motion may be admitted by the Speaker to be moved if before the commencement of the sitting, the member submits to the Speaker a written notification of the matter to be raised. When a Speaker determines that a motion or a specific matter be moved, such a motion would be considered admitted and the member shall be allowed to move the motion accordingly. The Honorable Majority Leader further submitted forcefully that the motion listed as number 55 on the order paper is incompetent and ought to have been laid in the form of a paper for the information of the House. Implicit in this argument is the notion that when the report of a committee is laid as a paper, then its content is determinative, and that this House cannot purport to take any further action on it by way of a debate and vote. This dichotomy that the Honorable Majority Leader sought to draw between a paper and a motion is, with all due respect, a false dichotomy. It is a comparison that does not yield accurate analytical outcomes. And I will proceed to demonstrate why this is so. The standing orders of this House provide for the presentation of papers. In terms of Order 74, papers may be presented only by the Speaker, the chairman of a committee, a member, or a minister. The mode of presentation of papers is governed by Order 75, which provides, among others, that, and I quote, 1. As soon as sufficient copies of a paper for distribution to members have been received in the office of the clerk, notice of the presentation of that paper may be placed on the order paper. And as soon as Mr. Speaker announces papers for presentation, the paper shall be deemed to have been laid on the table. 2, if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by him upon its presentation, unquote. The tenor of the provisions on the presentation of papers suggests to me that the latitude of action regarding deliberation, debate, and decision is extremely restricted when papers are laid. However, it does not mean, as the Majority Leader sought to imply, that this House cannot take steps to adopt or approve such a paper by motion. As a matter of practice and convention of some parliaments, papers are laid for the information of the House and may not be the subject matter of deliberation, debate, and decision. But a paper that is in the form of a report of a committee of this House may be laid and debated using the method of a motion, save expressly and specifically accepted by law. This position is buttressed by the requirements of standing orders of this House, particularly Order 161, which stipulates that recommendations of a committee be presented in the House in the form of a report, and that, quote, At any time after the report has been presented to the House, a motion may be moved by the chairman of the committee for the acceptance of the report, unquote. See paragraph 2, order 161. This provision would definitely be rendered inutile if we were to accept the position adumbrated by the Honorable Majority Leader. Moreover, Presidents from other jurisdictions support the view that I have taken of this matter. For instance, you can read a publication of the Parliament of Australia titled House of Representatives Practice 7th edition, relating to the committee of that house known as the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. And that report details the practice following the laying of a report of the committee as follows, and I quote: on presentation of the committee's report to the House by the chair, the practice is for the report to be ordered to be made a parliamentary paper. The House may then order that it be taken into consideration at the next sitting or on a specified day. A motion or motions may be moved declaratory of the House's view on the committee's report and recommendations and in respect of the House's proposed action, unquote. Also referred to the practice on this matter in New Zealand, India, particularly the Lok Sabha, United Kingdom, look at the rules of the House of Commons, Canada, and the United States of America. I've taken the trouble to go through all these rules. Having disposed of the question whether the report of the Committee on Privileges ought to have come by way of a motion or whether it ought to have been laid as a paper, I will now turn my attention to the substantive issue of whether the House sitting in plenary can consider the report of the committee for purposes of its adoption. Honorable members, you may recall that in my former statement on matters relating to the vacancy of the seat of a member of Parliament for reason of absence from Parliament, I provided a context on how the House ought to proceed on the matter of absenteeism and what steps should be taken in that respect. After a careful review of the constitutional provisions, outstanding orders, the case law, and the rules and practice of other parliaments around the world on a matter of absenteeism of a member of Parliament from sittings of Parliament, I noted that a member or any person would be stopped from raising an issue of absenteeism after the meeting, and thus a member of Parliament or any person that desirous of doing same must act timeously during the course of the meeting that the member is alleged to have absented himself from the sittings. I also noted that the combined effect of our Constitution, standing orders, and case law provides a certain process to be followed when it comes to a notice of the House that a member had absented himself or herself from the sittings of Parliament in a manner that is inconsistent with the letter and spirit of Article 97(1)(c) of the 1992 Constitution. For the avoidance of doubt, I reiterate what I highlighted in that statement, and I particularly will refer to paragraph 19 of the statement, and it reads as follows. 19. In the light of the combined reading of the provisions in the Constitution and the standing orders above, coupled with a decision of the Court of Appeal on the question of when a seat of a member of Parliament is vacant by reason of absenteeism, the following processes should be complied with. 1. The member must have been absent from a meeting for 15 sittings in that meeting without the permission of the Speaker in writing, based on the evidence from the votes and proceedings of Parliament. 2. The fact of the absence of the member without permission of the Speaker may be raised on the floor of Parliament by a member, and the matter referred to a committee of privileges for consideration and report to the House. 3. The member so referred shall be required to offer an explanation for the absence to the committee of privileges, which shall consider whether the explanation is reasonable. 4. The committee of privileges, after consideration, shall recommend to the House such action as the committee may consider appropriate. 5. The House shall vote on the recommendation of the committee, where in the event that the committee's recommendation to the House is to the effect that the member's explanation is reasonable, and the House adopts that recommendation, the member's seat shall not be declared vacant. Where in the event that the committee's recommendation to the House is to the effect that the member's explanation is unreasonable, and the House adopts that recommendation, the member's seat shall be declared vacant by Mr. Speaker. Where Mr. Speaker has declared a seat vacant by reason of absenteeism, the Clerk to Parliament shall, within 7 days of the declaration, notify the Electoral Commission for the necessary processes for a by-election to commence, unquote. Having regard to the process outlined above, the Committee of Privileges considered the matter of absenteeism involving the 3 members who had absented themselves from sittings of the House in a meeting without the permission in writing of the Speaker. I will give a fuller explanation of the role each of the actors plays in this matter, only if necessary, at the conclusion of this matter. Suffice for this purpose to restrict myself to the role of the Committee of Privileges. The committee has a singular mandate in respect of these matters, and that is to establish that the member absented him or herself from the sitting of Parliament for 15 days in a meeting without the permission of the Speaker in writing, require into the reasonableness, I should say inquire, not require, inquire into the reasonableness or otherwise of the explanation offered by the affected member or members, and to report to the House. Order 7 defines a standing committee, like the Committee of Privileges, as a committee appointed under Article 1031 of the Constitution to inquire into and report on such matters as may be referred to it from time to time or on a continuous basis for the declaration of Parliament. The Committee of Privileges is a committee of Parliament constituted pursuant to Article 103 of the Constitution. As a committee of Parliament, the way in which the committee conducts itself is regulated by the standing orders of the House. It is provided by Article 1101 of the Constitution 1992 that, and I quote, subject to the provisions of the Constitution, Parliament may, by standing orders, regulate its own proceedings, unquote. Article 97(1)(c) stipulates the conditions under which the seat of a member of Parliament may be vacant. Put differently, once the member has A, been absent from Parliament for 15 sittings of a meeting of Parliament, B, not obtained the permission of Mr. Speaker in writing to be absent, and C, cannot offer a reasonable explanation to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges, the member automatically vacates the seat. This is the position that was endorsed in the case of Professor Stephen Kweku Asare versus the Attorney General and 3 others, unreported 2008 Court of Appeal. And I want to quote what they said. The plaintiff appellant, here is after referred to as the appellant, contends that once a member absents himself from Parliament without explanation for more than 15 sittings in this case, that member's seat automatically becomes vacant by operation of law. This argument is sound in law and I accept it, unquote. On the other hand, Order 161 of the Standing Orders provides: 1. The recommendations of a report of committee shall be presented to the House in the form of a report. 2. At any time after the report has been presented to the House, a motion may be moved by the chairman of the committee for the acceptance of the report. Our orders specifically require that the recommendations of a committee must be subject to the consideration of the House, and that the plenary plays an important role in choosing to adopt or reject the recommendations. The rationale for this structure is that committees of Parliament are macrocosms and extensions of the House as a whole. They are handmaidens whose core constitutional function is to assist Parliament, in the language of Article 1031 of the Constitution, in, I quote, the effective discharge of its functions, unquote. There are, however, a few exceptions to this general rule, as noted by the Majority Leader. Articles 106(13), and that's clause 13, and 177 provide instances where the Committee of Parliament's work operates to automatically bind the House, and no consideration whatsoever is required by the plenary in these matters. May I add that it is also the case with the recommendations of the Committee of Members holding office of profit. In such instances, the Constitution specifically says so. Very clearly stated in the Constitution. Most parliamentary decisions are made by the House acting on the recommendations of one of its committees. It does not follow that all decisions in Parliament must be done that way. Where the Constitution itself specifies a particular process for deciding, then it is that process that must be followed. This is because general things do not derogate from special things. However, in contrast with these instances cited, there is nothing, and I mean nothing, expressly stated or necessarily implied in Article 97(1)(c) to the effect that the conclusion of the work of the Committee of Privileges also concludes the matter, and no action may be taken by the House on the findings and recommendations of the committee. Furthermore, the instances cited are not referrals from the House to the Committee of the House. Article 177, for instance, indicates that the advances from the contingency fund may be authorized by the Committee for Finance once the committee is satisfied that there has arisen an urgent or unforeseen need for expenditure for which no other provision exists to meet the need. The plenary in this case is not seized with jurisdiction to make a reference or determination on the decision of the Committee for Finance. In fact, the Constitution says the committee in charge of financial matters. The distinction between this provision and Article 97(1)(c) is that in the case of the former, no reference is made by the House in any way to the Committee for Finance. The minister responsible for finance in making a request for an advance from the contingency fund is not required to come to the House, but can submit his request to the Committee for Finance. The House plays no role in the process. The Constitution mandates the Minister of Finance, after the authorization of the Committee of Finance, to as soon as possible present a supplementary estimate for the purpose of replacing the amount so advanced. That's what is stated in the Constitution. And that is very different from the position in Article 97(1)(c). On the contrary, in relation to the matter before us, the absenteeism of the 3 members is referred to the committee in accordance with Article 97(1)(c), after the allegation that the members were absent for 15 days without permission in writing by the Speaker. A committee of the House is then called upon to inquire into the allegations and report to the House for a decision. I find the position canvassed strongly by the Majority Leader as untenable, for the simple reason that where the framers of the Constitution intended that the committee be clothed with exclusive jurisdiction on a matter without reference to the House, it has expressly, as in the case of Article 106(13) and 177, indicated so within the text of the Constitution. To the extent that a similar express mandate is not conferred on the Privileges Committee in respect of matters arising under Article 97(1)(c), Parliament's procedure with respect to the committees must of necessity apply. To imply any mandate into Article 97(1)(c) is one I am not prepared to do. Pursuant to Article 110 of the Constitution, my understanding is that when the Constitution does not provide a procedure, Parliament may regulate the procedure within that space as long as it does not offend the Constitution. It is in accordance with this power that Parliament captured the dictates of Article 71(c) in Order 16(1), which is to the effect that once a member is alleged to be in breach of the provision, his conduct is referred to the Committee of Privileges for inquiry. For the purpose of reiterating my humble view, once a referral has been made, therefore, the report of the committee does not complete the inquiry into the matter. The report of the Committee of Privileges, just like any other committee, is subject to the consideration of the House by way of a motion. Again, I am inspired and convinced this position of the law by the provision of the Constitution, rules of procedure and practice of the United Kingdom, India, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. In conclusion, honorable members, as I have noted in this ruling, the decision as to whether or not to admit a motion is the exclusive preserve of the Speaker. In view of the foregoing, the House is well within its rights to receive and consider the report of the committee and make a determination arising out of the recommendations. In the circumstances, it is my ruling that the motion was rightfully admitted and the report of the committee is subject to the consideration of the House. It goes without saying that the preliminary objection of the Majority Leader to the admissibility of the motion for consideration of the report of the committee is hereby dismissed in limine. Honorable members, I did indicate that I'll give my understanding at the end of the debate on this matter, and I'll give you copious referral notes on this issue. Because it's my humble view that even what the table office does in trying to compute the days that a member absents himself is not final. It's for the committee to investigate and establish the facts. Again, the fact that the speaker, or is alleged that the speaker has not given permission in writing, is also not final. Evidence must be produced before the committee. And the last thing is for the committee. The fact that the committee says, oh, this reason is reasonable, this reason is not reasonable, it's not also final. It's for the House that will go through it, because the mandate given to an MP representation is so crucial that it cannot be left to the subjective view of any person or group of people, but the whole House. Please, honorable members, table office will accordingly list the motion, and this House will continue to deliberate and debate on it and take a final decision.
Ejman for Cassia, why am I said, Kayat Nasi and the Manono. Anamu Yaki said, Kitana Monka, Yakwan and Nasu. Abadanasi, Efano, Pankroma, Osaso, no, your deputy minister, and she knows I am substantive minister. Cassia Pabana Mania. But I quite am Nanamu and Timanko. It is a lady. Nana went to deny Ebedu Hadia. Only Nanamon on the Achimasa for Yinada. That in Nasika Sia, Yadiman and Ekufadu. Sir, upon Promane, one by your Minister of Information, substantive one, Yadana CP. FA Nana, I do cry, you will say yes, Ube Yajmano, Achimasa, why Yajma by Papa? Aquai. O say Yakwe or Yamte Mube 90%. Wait to me, that the arcade children himself, why would be when you try it? And so, share, not what the sage man at the Abaye. That also, as a master carry Yansu, see as you benefit, I think that one be. On number yet share yet to Dubai, you know. With this, only 2 agents, who to one that which Ramano. And then, Mama, as she must say, yes, agenda 111. I will be different hospital. Says Egusu a Quasso. That's me, baby. I have a train. Park of a fair away. Also, a Wabriswa. No, the MP, no. On also went to my not DDC. Why a lobby am also, I mean, yes, a parky. Says I obey. Park into the first place, you know. What am I? Did the best right there? Says your partner, a standard one. The Bapper said, Obey the mini sports stadium. And I'm my Achimasa. Nana, or Manfo Achinabia, anyhow. Achi Obia or Ghana on Passa or Canukre. Obia or Passa or Canukre or Ghana. Now Obia or Throw on Yankupono. Odia dance here perfect. Senior President Akufo-Addo aban Odi ani briso attack rose in Ghana until 2017. Onyame ye no atomwa de omayisha nsa na akwanya ewo Ghana na atete apasam in all the regions. And so obaye Sanya oye juma eni briso obia eni tua Ghana afanyina ana yeba vie yeba eastern region so a
akwanya ye wo isi region na ye buhu ankunta isi region and na shed na proasi ya ye projects ye wie Makun, Adriana Baku. 41 projects have been completed in Eastern region. Fidel Rose, Kosu, and in your cocoa board, Muhankwa, Achimasa, Yakano, Makua, Yawobeye, Dunai, Eko, Yadi, Ebediachre, Nayashe, Na Akosu. Eti mwanya muchafa ewo akwa ho na yebekọ so aye osisa enu 2024 no under president Akufo-Addo abai achimansa mubehuni a wayem wo akwa ho empani se asampetia masema mebeka enkrukro mi ni peni edika no yenyina ehu sesese no oman no sikasam no enkoyie yeso yehu ni ente na ọmapani be kasa ho ọba akọwe ajae na ọcha na osiesie ne ho ye ka kira mo ne sai ọman ni sikasam no ensam a ama na ikosa no emufa kese ano emfiri Ghana ha na se bibi tu na emfiri wa na ese wodi nyansafan toto ho ansa na watimi aka ho asem na enche kura mo be musa ye betre nema when you near by comments, I dare back on the Yamenti as and say, who poor man swear this one, as I would send you obey. Yes, sir. Nejasa the onion Kwakano, Anna, oh, Bacasa one can ye. Now, dear, now, bar, obey. I don't know how did Tuja. Now, they will turn on your hook, say we are, and our person will be giant code if going to take away. They catch them and say, what did he be Nicotrayem? Bibia ni honwa woni ba woni beye nti woni ntimi nso enka Akufo-Addo ba ya o ka say me di free SHS beba no o kan ni mfie ba nwatwe akire ansa na o ba power nyasa na kire say osun daye ohun bibi woni so o pese o ye bibi na wo de wo twa na yanko ka say wi a wo foafo aho na kire say woni hwe ya o ba o ye den obeye me kire mo say nyame no odum yan ana Akufo-Addo oba abra oba yi sanka obi no ho no na ka covid ba o man mu a ka ye hye meboa okwanya na nado ofa asututu covid nsam no ewiase nyina abo na baso meboa saa na munya werehwemu se yesika sam ne ekọ no anche kura mu beti yanka ya batoto ama ayekama na nafu asema ya damu nyina ase na nanum ene achimansa nyina yese nase ena yede ema abra yebesu kire wo se ofo ase ebedu akokwa so kwan gusuko ta man no nana uje na supam wo ye man yesra wo se akokwa so ekodu edwafo gusuko ta man wo ye man yesra wo se edwafo kodu chia gusuko ta man wo ye man yesra wo se akokwaso edikofa kumani forest gusuko ta man wagwa man nanansa na wo ba ne ni doctor ba akokura wa Chimansa district eni pampemo ha wadaroma wo ba ya me besre wo se ye pe doctor any medical theater no wa ma yenya medical theater enya doctors mienu e wa Chimansa district a ne wo sanso asi agenda 111 aka eho edi amaye your secondary schools wu pejam yankwala pe juma nkakra uboyen na enewa besra yen a mesre Chimansa nyina se moma yemfa dede ye kese entun samfre Ghana mampani Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo no ne yankasa
ni je kese na de mi abaha ne titru ekwaya mabre ho papa ene nkoko ebrem ofo asekwan aye campaign was so high free 1992 tembia me ba na mbedu na me yam hyeseme same driver le me car ni minyina ebetumi aya na onyakopo amman ahode ma ye ba be mo aba betumi aya ekwan e ma bi ne ufa mwadamu fon na me de wano ase se adwuma aban na baba ye no so na aso ani ena wa boy so aba na eye nkranhye ma me pa se ma de tu dwa no so no de ba me hwe na baako nyina etumi esia no ama se me damase se mo nyina motumi atuma fefe sa ati mansa infuni nyina aba be hia me fefe se yakopon se le hia mo de mase na mase da kese a pese me de mam ene mo ba ene oye mo mambe she bedwani awa ba be di minister wa mabe mo a okasa ma me ne mabai ejuma oye e ma me eye ma ba na sewani bese me damase papa se me damase pa ma wa branches amagana enye eastern region kwa obo adwuma papa me bese mo hu se adwuma oye no e so many pa me damase unyame hweda nsira mo nyina.
The first room. We want to enter this room, sir. So it's a consulting room. So at the end, this is how this room will be looking. And it's all like that. Fully finished. Nice have you. Welcome, sir.
Parliament is guided by rules. What they have done is to try and anticipate and try and ambush the Speaker. As we speak, there is no motion before the House. And for them to come and address the press and create an impression as though a motion has been admitted by Mr. Speaker leaves so much to be desired. In fact, admissibility of questions, motions, or any process is the sole mandate of Mr. Speaker. So until your motion or any application is admitted by Speaker, you cannot assume that you have a motion properly before the House. So I would want to say that, simply put, they are just throwing dust into the eyes of Ghanaians. We are all aware that the world economy is in crisis. We are all aware that government has taken steps to address this economic crisis that we face as a nation. As we speak, we have an ongoing negotiation with the IMF. Midway in the negotiation, government cannot come and make an announcement, but trust government to be able to make a full disclosure of what engagement they've had with the IMF when all these things are concluded. It's difficult, especially for businesses and looking at the way our currency is faring. So anybody raising a concern about the state of the economy will be raising such a concern genuinely. This is not about NDC MPP. It's a general problem we are facing as a country. Mighty UK, people are paying more for mortgages. Almighty UK, Great Britain, people do not have what it takes to even buy essential commodities. So it is not an easy thing. As parents who are supposed to pay school fees, as businessmen who are supposed to pay bank loans, it is not easy. But what we're supposed to do is to have faith and work together. And I believe that as Parliament has just commenced, what the minority and the majority would have to do is to work together to build consensus on the key issues to support government. To me, that is our main agenda, but not the usual MPP, NDC partisan attacks. Those ones will not help us. Regarding views expressed by the majority caucus on certain matters of national concern, I think that's the beauty of democracy, the opportunity to express their views. And where we have gotten to in our democracy, we should be happy that people don't keep what they have in mind within them, that they are being gagged. So we take all of that in good faith and continue to soldier on and work together for the betterment of our people.
If you can take money and buy a diamond necklace, the people who support you, they don't even have proper water to drink. The people who are the core of your fan base, malaria is killing them, Qatar is killing them, almost everything bad is in their area.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political and personality interview program you can find online. My name is Ismail Akwe. In this edition, our guest is going to take us through some music. He is bringing energy into the studio and also going to give us some important news about his life and also give us the lowdown about his business. He is also a media personality, a poet, and all you can think about in the art industry. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Black Rasta. Black Rasta. It's great to have you here.
Well, it's my pleasure.
You know, when I see you in your attire, you come out as Pan-Africanist, and nobody can take that away from you. Who has been sewing your clothes for you, and how many do you have?
Well, I have a number of them. I mean, I've been doing this for, well over 20 years now. So, I mean, we have a number of people who, want to sew for us, and we have many more who just feel like, well, they want to support the movement. So they come on and they say, yes, so a number of them.
And does anyone style you, or do you have any special accessories that go with them, each clothes with the accessories, or you don't look at the colors?
Well, once in a while, I just pick up something and I wear, as long as it feels good and it looks good. Yes, I'm okay. I mean, I move more with the power of the environment. Rather than matching the color, I match the feeling and the environment. Sometimes I will wear red over some pink and over some blue. Some people will find that to be too colorful. But they all admire the rainbow. So
rainbow? I mean, do you admire the rainbow?
I do. I do admire the rainbow.
You support the bill, or you are against the bill in Parliament against the homosexuality bill that was tabled in Parliament?
My rainbow has nothing to do with homosexuality. My rainbow is the rainbow I see in the clouds. My rainbow is that thing that signifies the end of the flag. My rainbow is that measure of colors that will attract you at a go. It has nothing to do with man sleeping with man, nothing to do with man sleeping with animals, nothing to do with man sleeping with babies. So that is the rainbow I love and admire.
Do you support a law against man sleeping with man?
For me, I first want to understand why a man would want to sleep with a man. From my readings, it is because human beings want a certain kind of freedom as to who they can love and who they would not want to love. Reading from the past, it tells me that when a man wants to sleep with another man, it's madness. In fact, just recently, in Germany, there was a hospital for gay people, a man who wants to sleep with another man. And great philosophers attributed that to mental imbalance. I live in a country that is called Ghana, and there's a chief psychiatrist, Dr. Kwesi, who says that it is madness for a man to sleep with another man. In other words, there's a mental imbalance somewhere. If I go by what he says, then I think that a man sleeping with another man is totally abhorrent, is not normal, and for that matter, these people need to be taken to a place where they can get help, rather than supporting a bill that has to do with imbalance of the mind.
So no jail, but hospital?
Jail, no jail at all. I mean, somebody is not well, and then you take the person to jail. It's almost like the drug addicts that we have. But because of the silly laws we have in this country, because our laws were bequeathed to us by racists who were uncircumcised, we all sit back and support these laws without putting our faculties, to the wheel. It is very sad, my brethren, that somebody is hooked on drugs. He needs help, then you throw him in jail. Same way, if homosexuality is supposed to be an imbalance upstairs, then the homosexual needs help, rather than jailing the I don't support it at all. Jail for what? No.
Yeah.
Do you take the malaria patient to the hospital or you take the malaria patient to jail? If I have TB, is my place the jailhouse or the hospital? We have to think. You see, it's the same thing I keep talking about animal rights. You see, a lion who has been kept so hungry, the lion would not eat until polo grounds a horse is sick and they think the horse is dying. Then they call zoo. Hey, there's a horse here that is dying. Then they come and carry the sick animal and give to the lion to eat. A lion that can go around the whole big jungle is now limited to a small tiny cage, a prison that I call it. You see that? You have starved the lion. You have taken the freedom of the king of the jungle. You have depressed the king of the jungle. And a certain man jumps into his cave. And boom, something happens. And people are making noise all over. They are not looking at the rights of the animal. We have people who catch the animal, slaughter it, and eat it.
What kind of zoo do you want to see in Ghana? Because our zoos are all confined.
Hallelujah. I don't want to see zoo. Zoos are a prison. Human beings go to prison when they are culpable. Human beings go to prison when they are seen to have broken a certain law that is prisonable. Human beings go to jail because they commit a certain crime. What crime has the lion committed? What crime has the zebra committed? The crime is that it lives in the jungle. Therefore, because of human greed, we want to see the lion and we don't want to go to the home of the lion and see the lion. So we bring the lion from the jungle into our home, imprison it, and come to look at it anytime we want. And you want to go to heaven. Which heaven? Which God is going to put you in heaven? You are a wicked, wicked sadist.
We make millions of dollars from tourism.
Oh, yes, they do. They call it like cheddar. There's a self-styled millionaire called Cheddar that I met over the weekend. He brought in some white lions. They call them rare lions. Rare breed. Detected them and declawed them. It was published on GhanaWeb. We all saw it.
Yeah.
Detected them and declawed them.
The neighbors called for,
because the lions were there crying. My brother, the lion's power is in his claws and his teeth. It is a hunting animal.
What did you tell Cheddar when you met him about the lions?
I said it several times over and over. I said, look, Cheddar, you are being cruel to these animals. You are saying that you want to help the tourism of Ghana. Nobody needs this. If tourism is all about taking the freedom of the animal, then we are a barbaric people who have come together with our barbarism to make money from. Who wants that? My brother, if you want to see the lion, go to the home of the lion. If you want to see the zebra, go to the land of the zebra. There are helicopters. Sit in them, fly over the jungle and say, oh, this is the lion, this is the tiger, this is the this. See? You can have cameras that can capture them and you come and watch. Rather than bringing them, dictating them, declawing them, and you think that you are smart. Hey, yeah, you have the swag. Your swag is in hell. You are going straight to hell.
Anyway, Black Rasta, have you always been free? I saw a picture of you and Raskimono. You posted it yourself, wearing a very long tie. And he had his dreadlocks. Have you always been like that before you grew your dreadlocks and became the Kuchoko artist?
Well, I come from a family where father was quite able. He had money. You know, I came from that kind of family where I could eat anything I wanted to eat, flow wherever I wanted to flow, just make the grades. My father was a teacher, mother teacher. I had books, all kinds of books. In fact, I started reading books for universities when I was just getting out of primary school. So at least I was exposed to a lot of these things. So dreadlocks out of my family. You see, you must wear a tie. I was the first little boy to wear a tie in the Zongo, in Tamale, the Moshi Zongo. In In my area in Moshizongo, it was only Christians who wore a tie, and it's a predominant Muslim area. So if you wear a tie, it means that you are Christian. You are going to hell. That's the kind of, mentality we had then.
Yeah.
But now things have changed. So growing up, I got exposed to, a few conscious people, and I understood that animals have rights. I understood that I must not eat meat to be handsome and healthy.
At what age did you become conscious? Would you call yourself conscious?
Well, I'll say the consciousness started hitting me when I was growing up. I started realizing that, I was privileged and others weren't. And I wanted to understand why. Then my father told me their parents did not take the right decision. They did not go into real life. They were lazy, some of them. See? Went into it, but at the university, I met some great Rasta people, like Hope Singh Jekwo, called Ras Shao from the Volta region, Ras Bumba, and some other Rastas. We used to sit down and reason, what Rasta would say, reason, whilst people puffed their thing and blew the air into the skies. We sat down and then we reasoned, and I picked up the bits and pieces. And I decided that no, I don't want that comfortable life anymore. I don't want the life of the tie. I don't want the life of kun fire kun. Anything you want, it comes. Hey, this it can. Nah. I want to live a life that will teach me lessons, not the easy life. The road that is so smooth and so easy hits the brick wall.
Is that when you dropped Islam?
I never dropped Islam. Once a Muslim, you are always a Muslim.
Okay.
Saying, why should you drop Islam? Islam is a beautiful religion but I grew out of religion. I was religious. Friday, wear long jalabia, hold your tasbih, ya Allah, ya Muhammad, ya Allah, ya Muhammad, ya Allah, ya Muhammad. Go and pray and go. Sunday, go to the church. I grew out of it. Now, the God that I worship is a God that created me out of himself. So when I worship God, I worship myself. When I worship myself, I worship God. It might be deep for some people to understand, but I grew out of religion. I do not belong to religions that slaughter and eat animals at random. I do not belong to any religion that cannot go to God until you wash your face and you wash your hand. No, that's religion.
So you are not religious at
all?
No,
sir.
And what are
sir. I am spiritual. There's a difference between spirituality and religiousness. Religiousness is, hey, pray, it's time to go and pray. Hey, you wash your hand. Hey, then you go and sit down and pray. Hey, it's time to go to church. Then you run, you are in the church. That's religion. Spirituality is when inside I feel like, hey, I need to connect with my creator. Whether I'm sitting on the WC or I'm having a doggy style with my woman, I have to start praying. Oh Father, I thank you. I thank you. I thank you for this moment. I don't know why it is in me that I have to pray, but I am praying. Whatever it is, bring it out in me. Let me connect with you. Why should I belong to a religion that has to dictate to me when to connect with my creator?
Does that mean you are not a Rastafarian?
I don't know what it is to say Rastafarian, but what I know is that I am not religious, I am spiritual. I wear my locks because I realize that it's a certain consciousness. Remember I started by saying consciousness, not religion. So some Rasta people will tell you Haile Selassie is God. I don't belong to that. No, sir. Some Rastas will tell you if you don't smoke Ntampe, then you are not Rasta. I don't smoke Ntampe. So if you say I'm not Rasta, take your Rasta head. You see, take it. What we have done for Rasta, the so-called Rastas who smoke Ntampe and worship Haile Selassie will live in this world for 1,000 years and will never be able to achieve that. That is where my excitement is, brethren. When I was raised as a Muslim, I couldn't touch the Quran until I went to pray. And I asked myself, so if I am dying and my life depends on falling on the Quran and holding it, and I've not performed ablution, it means I can't touch it. Things like that kept flowing through my head. And then I started thinking about the Bible, thinking about this. And I told myself that, hey, religion is not for you. So I decided to be unreligious but spiritual.
Were you a popular person in KNUST?
Well, I would say that I was one of the most handsome on campus, so my face caught a lot of people. I didn't have dreadlocks, but I had a unique face that people said I had Chinese eyes, and a lot of the girls liked my Chinese eyes. But I was so shy, I could never approach any girl. And because of my philosophies, people would gossip and you would get popular. But I became more popular when I started singing. Agro came to the university campus, and I was invited to come and perform.
You started from Agro?
Agro. And I started jumping and doing my things, and some of them say, woo! You know, and I was also on campus radio, firing reggae and throwing all the fire. In those days, reggae was all about consciousness and spirituality and the intellect. Now, a lot of people get into it because they have no job. So it's a default. See? But in my days, you had to know the Bible. You had to know history. You had to know the Quran before you sit and open the reggae mic and say, Jah! That is why, up till now, I don't see any competitor to Black Rasta. And it's unfortunate. I'm graying. Right now, I'm getting some grace in my beard and my mustache. 47. 2 days to come on 2nd September, I'm going to be 48. Where are the other ones coming up?
Are you referring to the whole reggae genre, or you are just referring to conscious reggae music?
I'm talking about reggae on radio.
On radio?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
We don't seem to have anybody. This is a guy who says on radio, he's talking history. This is a guy who is talking entertainment. This is a guy who is playing his own music and talking. This is a guy who is talking wisdom in terms of motivation. All in one. Probably I am the only mainstream radio presenter in Ghana, maybe Africa, who doesn't have a DJ. There's nobody who sits to play music for me. Say, I don't have guests. I am my own guest. 1 man million. I sit and I'm doing everything. If it's history, I'm talking history. If it's entertainment, I'm firing. It's just 4 hours and it comes like it's 20 minutes.
How do you read? How do you learn? Do you have a lot of books? How do you do it?
Well, I'm a bookmaster. I love books, honestly, because my father and mother were teachers, you know. So I love books. I read anything in print, I read it. Sometimes I wake up, GhanaWeb, I read all the stories from business to, I just read. Because there's some kind of clock in my head that keeps ticking, tick-tock, 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 and tells me that, hey, read this quickly. You are going to go out and somebody's going to ask you a question that is answered here. So finish it. Sometimes I finish and then it comes again, new story has come up, update. And I end up, but I'm a reader. I love to read.
How is family life for you right now? You have your own family. How many children do you have?
Well, the children that I can count, I think I have. How many do I have? I have 4, yes.
4 children?
4, yes.
Sometimes are they like you?
I forget, yeah.
Are they like you?
Unfortunately, my first child is not like me. He's a little slow and sometimes I get worried. I sit back and I'm like, sometimes I want to pick up a cane and whip him up into action. Because you must be a lion. This is a very terrible world where people eat people. You understand? It's like the Rasta man said, dog name dog. It's a dog eat dog situation. So if you want to be more and slow, people will eat you. Your father is a lion. You must be a lion.
But are you not the one supposed to give that child the training?
Well, sometimes training is not enough. Sometimes orientation is not enough. Sometimes they grow into it. Because I know that I grew into it, but very early. I pray that he gets into it. We are doing our best.
Yeah.
But the other ones are okay. They are picking up the vibes and, you know, they are pushing the vibes strong and hot. And
the music?
You know, yeah, the music. Hey!
You play music at home a lot?
Oh my God. We play a lot of music at home. And I record a lot of music. In fact, I listen to my music sometimes and I say that Ghana is very unfair. In fact, the kind of music I record, I don't have peers. Nah. The melodies I record. But I still have some Ghanaians who say, oh, this guy don't know music, don't know nothing, so noisy they make. And I say, Father, forgive them for they know not. When I die, then they can say, hey, Charlie Paddy, he hot too. Charlie, if the black Rasta music with that, how come I never hear? Because we're an idiot. Idiots will not dig and find the real stuff. They are listening to noise that is inundating the airwaves. That's what they are ready for. They are not ready for research. No. The ordinary Ghanaian, the average Ghanaian is not a research animal. No. He consumes what is given to him. He doesn't pick and choose. No. The music I record, my brother, sometimes I sympathize with myself where that energy comes and I record that. Right now, I've recorded like 60 songs, 3 albums. And I want to release them. Because you don't know when you go home. You keep them and sleep on them. Now, I release them. My brother, I'm doing really good music.
That's great information you've given us, and we'll take a break. We'll come back to the music, we'll come back to the idiots, and we'll come back to the future of Black Rasta. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Black Rasta. So Black Rasta, you were telling us about the music and how people don't appreciate the music and how much music you make in a short time. Besides reggae, do you listen to any other genre?
Yes, I do. I love African music. I listen a lot to African music, and I play African music on radio as well. I mean, now we have Afrobeat. I mean, I listen to Afrobeat. Fela. Without the S. I listen to Afro beats as well. Okay. From the new generation. I listen to rap. I'm not a big fan of hip hop, but I listen to hip life, Reggie Rockstone. You know, but basically my music is reggae. And I listen to some selected dancehall, the old kind of dancehall. Now the new dancehall doesn't impress me at all because I think it's just trash.
Oh,
you know.
You don't listen to Stonebwoy?
No, well, I mean, Stonebwoy doesn't really do dancehall like that. Stonebwoy is more of Afro dancehall. Okay. Mix. I love Stonebwoy's music, but I do not listen to Jamaican trash that they call dancehall. Now, in the days, I would listen to Kote Ranks. See? I would listen to Nado Ranks, Shabba Ranks, you know, and all the wonderful artists, Super Cat, Silver Cat, and Yellow Man, my all-time favorite, Beanie Man and all that. But now they are doing something they call trap dancehall. It's hip-hop laced. You just hear hi-hat, then one dead drum beat, dead as in it's not live. And that kind of music doesn't, and they put in a lot of effects, and it's like rats that are running around and squeaking, and I'm not interested.
You had a lot of backlash when you released the Amapiano song, and you even responded. Is it because of some of these sentiments you've shared?
Exactly that. You see, if I was lying, you would have cut these pants down. I love African music. When I travel to South Africa and I see the way the South Africans are enjoying their music and doing it, I'm a big fan of Qom. Correct pronunciation, Qom. G-Q-O-M. They say it with a click of the tongue. Jerusalem is Qom. See? Ting, 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 ting. You know? That's Qom. I love it. Amapiano is not too much my kind of music. I love Qom. But Amapiano along the line, yes, it's easy music to make. Easy music to make. I can make 1 million Amapiano songs in 1 hour. 1 million. All you need is a small hook. You don't need verses. And hey, 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 hey. That's how it goes.
And did it work for you?
Well, yes. I mean, I'm a versatile artist. I've recorded high life. See, I've recorded dancehall. I've even recorded, maybe I'm the first Ghanaian artist in contemporary times to record soca and then calypso. I travel a lot. I was in Guyana and they were enjoying the soca and calypso. I said, hey, I'm going to record this. I love it. And when I came, I recorded 1 or 2. But if you observe me, you will realize that I just touch and go. That's not my main genre. So I drop 1 or 2. Like Bob Marley would experiment with a rock guitar. But you won't find that in too many of his songs. It means, oh, I'm just experimenting. I won't call myself an amapiano artist or a high life artist. No, that's not me. I am a Kuchoko artist. See? I am a Kuchoko artist. Reggae music plus African music gives you Kuchoko. That's who I am.
Thief President. Is it a Kuchoko album?
Yes, it's a Kuchoko song. Yes, it is. Thief President, why a thief, thief, sir? Thief man, why a thief, thief, sir? The people, they must suffer, but you don't care, sir. Thief man, why a thief, thief, sir? Hear this. Mr. President, why you dey lie so? Before election, you tell me you be in jail. When you sick, you run go a London. When we sick, oh, we die for Kolebo. Mr. President, why you wicked so? Tell me how you dey sleep at night. Oh.
The album art of Thief President is very suggestive. I mean, there are very familiar faces there.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Do you think they are also getting closer to the thievery?
Of course, of course. I mean, you know, Black Rasta, I don't hide my things. I've said it time and again that I don't like this president. Nana Akufo-Addo is the worst president we have had in this country. And he's not ashamed of his track record. He keeps going around laughing at himself. You see, I told you that I love to read. When I was a little boy reading, there was this character I read about called Don Quixote. Don Quixote. And Quixote is spelled Quixote. Don Quixote was a man who was seeing things which were not there. He said, I've seen 10 million soldiers coming. I'm going to fight them. You pick a spear. Hey, I've killed 20 of them so far. Hey, I see a lion. I'm going to kill the lion. I've killed the lion. You see, living an abstract life. That is Nana Addo. He sees things that do not exist. Your ministers have all flopped. Oh, your own party people are telling you, oh, Charlie, do something. I'm not. No, me, never. I like what they are doing. They are the best. You are building a cathedral. Today I was reading from GhanaWeb. Said, oh, now we don't have money to continue with the cathedral. So you've stopped what? Build it. Go and build that cathedral. Well-meaning Ghanaians told you that living. You said you made a promise to God. That's the religion I'm talking about. You want to build a cathedral. When you are sick, you are in London. Your finance minister is in London treating his puffy face. We are here. Look at how Wache died. You reported it. Are you happy? The man who sat and stood and laid on your campaign stage. He died like a little fowl in one of these hospitals. It's sad. He was on my show before he passed on. And I asked him some of his sentiments. You could just see. The guy was gone. I don't want to die like that. I don't want my children to die like that. So I have to voice it out and try to change it.
Without fear?
No, sir.
Or even summoned by Parliament?
Oh, Jesus have mercy.
By a court?
You see, where we have reached now, we grow. Where we have reached now, it's not about the court. It's not about the Parliament House. Now, Parliament has ridiculed itself right now to the point that people think that Parliament is a joke. And I think Ghana Parliament is a joke. It is a joke. Look what they are there doing. Grown-ass men are punching each other's pot bellies and chewing ballot paper like goats and sheep. Is that the Parliament you want to see? Look at the judiciary. Ex-President Mahama just came out and said that it's a ridicule that they call them Unanimous FC. They are interested in eating goat meat as Anas exposed. Is this the judiciary I want to see? I say this, then you say come to Parliament and explain what. Next time they call me, I will not even bother go.
You don't believe that...
Even if I go, what I will say there, Bridging, they won't like it.
You don't believe if dialogue fails, force must be applied? Because Parliament, they judge or they argue and put together the laws and everything. Sometimes it doesn't work out.
So they have to...
If you were in Parliament, what would you do when it's not working?
Punch. Oh my God, have mercy. I mean, it's all about the discourse. Your ideas will not be taken every time. People have voted you from the constituencies for you to represent them in good faith. Then you go and turn yourselves into bukom bankom, boxing each other night and day. Who are you serving? The people or yourselves? In our country, we are so partisan. We are only interested in the political parties and not in the welfare of the people. That is why they are busily trying to break the eight when our necks are breaking.
So talking about warfare, if you were president for a day, what would you do within that period?
I will not build a road. I'm not going to build no hospital. I'm not going to build nothing. I'm going to build the minds of the people. Minds. What we lack the most is not hospitals. Is this. Rewire the minds of the people. When Nkrumah fought for the independence of this country, the very first words he mentioned after saying the independence of Ghana is meaningless, blah, blah, blah. He said, now that we have the independence, we must change our attitudes. The problem of Ghana is attitude now. We do not have what is called patriotism in us anymore. That's why a Ghanaian can trample his own country's flag. That's why a Ghanaian will stow away in a very dangerous ship to America, that he will go through Lampedusa and be slaughtered like a chicken, all because he wants to enter the white man's land. I did not bargain for this. We are too blessed to be cursed. Look at the gold, look at the diamond, look at the... We just discovered lithium in Cape Coast, in those areas. My brother, this will amount to nothing. Today I saw, what's his name? What's that guy's name? The Magdan, saying that salt in Songo salt is going to be the solution to Ghana's economic stabilization. And I said, this guy is a joker. Somebody should tell him the truth. Your gold couldn't save your economy. Your diamond couldn't save your economy. Demolishing that place there did not solve the economic problem of the country. It's Sango salt, that bloody salt. Salt that he has gone to take. Political goodwill and goodwill from some careless chiefs, some of who have lost their faculties. I was there, I recorded all of them. What is the history of the Songo salt? What is the history? Why would one man come and divert the history of the Songo salt? Now you are saying that that is what is going to help the Ghanaian economy. I say these guys are jokers. They manipulate the people's minds. That's why I said if I was president, I would deal with the people's minds. Patriotism, right from the start, like they do in Japan, like they do in China, like they do in America, like they do in England. Here, we are only investing in big buttocks and big breasts. Go take an injection so it becomes big. I saw, who was that? Ajia Bintu dancing with who. And I saw comments there. I said, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Right now, it's not about talent. It's not about what you have upstairs. It's about what you have downstairs.
Won't you pay her to dance to your song?
She's a beautiful girl. If I have her, I will be happy because she's beautiful. Trust me. She's a beautiful girl. Nice shape, nice face, but I think it's overemphasized.
A lot of women dance to your songs and you share them.
Look at the ladies who come. Like I said, I would put her in my music if there was an opportunity. But it is overemphasized.
Okay.
When women dance to my music, Watch how they do it. It's all about the culture. It's all about the beauty of Africa. It's not about concentrating on one or two parts of the body. Shake, 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 and that's it. It's done. So where do we go? My little 4-year-old growing up doesn't have it. She doesn't have hair. She's growing. So where are you going to place her? She will look for a surgeon, take injections, blow it, and there's a next big star who is looking for her to come and shake it in her music. No, that is too lowly. You are only good because of your body parts. Where are you going with that? You are only good because of your body parts. Hey, that is dangerous. You should be good because of your character, good because of what you have upstairs. Because those body parts there. Anyway, let me not say so people will say that he disrespects women.
Anyway, Black Rasta, you are on Class FM now.
Yeah, that's right.
You moved from xylophone. You don't want to say so much about it. You started a YouTube show.
Yeah.
Blackpot.
Yeah, that's right.
On YouTube, which is also doing well. You are doing it concurrently with the Class FM show.
Yeah.
How is that going?
Well, it's going good. You see, I'm a hard-working human being. I work really, really hard, and I do my best. So, yeah, it's a lot of ideas. You bring this, you bring that. You listen to people as well. You know, I don't just read a story on a blog. I look at the comments as well. Much as Ghanaians like to play and misbehave and insult almost anybody. Sometimes I see my stories published there. For instance, Black Rasta has gone to pick up an award for maybe flying to space. First comment, somebody will write, say, Teniba. Next comment, you know, with this foolish guy where that day, as he say, they walk like rabbit from my area. What has that got to do with my flying to the space? What has that got to do with it? That's why you have the hijabing tools and the rest controlling the universe. Papa no all over the place. Right now, it's not about... When I was growing up, there was brilliant maths and science quiz. Right now, they have turned it into a comedy. When I was growing, what do you know was there? When I was growing, speech and prize giving days were there. When I was growing, debating and drama clubs were there. Today, it's about beauty, body beauty. What are you taking that to? No disrespect to whoever wants to be a prostitute. Continue. This prostitution, Bridget.
Prostitution?
Yes. Go on social media.
You're dancing on TikTok?
Check it out. When a prostitute is dancing, you can tell the difference from when somebody is dancing out of happiness. It's all about like that, selfie, and open it and what dancing is that? Breast dance? Yeah, see, like that. And shake, yeah, hit at them. Hey, hi, oh, nice, good. They hit back at you. Hey, yeah. It's sad, Bridget.
So, what do you know is on TV anyway? It's still on TV, on GTV.
What do you know?
Yes, it's still on GTV. I saw it airing there. Yeah.
It's lost its steam because they will not give it the prime time that it deserves and all that. Well, it's a conversation for another day.
Well, you went to the US. You taught for a while.
Yeah.
Why didn't you stay there with all the problems that Ghana has?
God would have cursed me and put me in hell. Because my duty is to be able to raise the African youth. That's why God created me. I came here to rewire the minds of a lot of African people. The Americans are already there in their own capacity. Then I'll go and join them because I have a privilege to meet Obama. And I have a privilege to have a citizenship and some other things. No, I won't take it. I go there. If there's an opportunity to teach Pan-Africanism, I teach. Yeah, the university said, stay, we love what you are doing. You are an exceptional teacher. Because whilst other teachers would come into the classroom or lecture halls with, what's that thing called? Spray something on it.
Projector?
Projector. And then I came into the class with just a board and a marker. You know, spelling and writing everything and talking with action. And they had never seen that. It's like primitive to them, but the action, the power in it, they loved it and they wanted that kind of variety. But I told them it's time to go home and talk to my African people. And I left.
And you are happy right now?
Very, very happy.
Being home than in America?
Being home, putting pressure on the dirty leadership that we have across Africa to change. Yeah.
Ukraine-Russia war, they say is the cause of our problems in the country. You are also a social commentator. On your show, you talk about a lot of these problems and you bring the African consciousness to bear when you're talking about some of these things. Do you believe the Ukraine-Russian war is the direct cause of our problem in the country?
It's a shame, honestly. When Nkrumah was overthrown and he spoke from Guinea, one of the things he said was that we brought you independence. We were just at the threshold of getting you economic independence and you kicked out this government. It's a shame. You see, why would one country be fighting? That's Ukraine, and there's no wheat in the world. Why would one country be fighting and there's a whole lot of problems? There are so many problems all over. Meanwhile, Ghana can fight Cote d'Ivoire for as long as it likes. Tanzania can come and join and fight. Nigeria will come and join and fight. And nothing will happen to the world. How useless are you? You are adding nothing to humanity. Nkrumah wanted to change the whole Congo Valley. Change its arability into food. But we removed him. It hurts me, I'm telling you. Hey, small Ukraine is fighting. It used to be part of Russia, broke away. And now that is what is controlling the world. Then we are in trouble. It's lazy politics and lazy politicians who say that.
Well, this is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We are talking to Black Rasta. We'll be right back and we'll talk about some other things, including Dr. Ewan. I don't know if Black Rasta got any of the flask for an award, and also if he is even getting awards elsewhere. We'll talk more about that after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Black Rasta. Black Rasta, you're a big celebrity. Do you accept that?
Well, I mean, it depends on who is talking and who sees me as one. There are people who see me as trash. See? You know, I do not have control over what people think about me. Yeah. But I think that whoever I have touched positive will, even if not now, accept it, would accept it later. Some people, because of ego, no matter how positive you are and they know you are positive, they still want you to feel like you are trash. But for me, I think that I'm doing my very best for the nation.
So when it comes to celebrities and also their significance in the country, what do you think celebrities should do? We have a lot of actors, we have musicians, and some of them are supporting politicians because they think that's how they can give back to the nation. What do you think is the role of celebrities?
Well, I think that if a celebrity, that word simply means somebody who is celebrated. Celebrity, a celebrated person. Ask yourself, am I worth celebrating? If yours is to follow politicians and push them into power to come and cheat the very people that you are singing against. I heard some celebrities, so-called celebrities, say that, oh, I'm not the one to train people's children. Yes, you might be right, but you have a responsibility. See? Say, oh, my music, I sing anything. It's not for me to train anybody's child. You are not being responsible. For me, I'll be so ashamed if at the end of the day my music does not bring out a certain level of positivity that will help change the nation. Then why am I here? Yes, celebrities have a lot to do. You have a lot of following. What are you doing with that following? That's why I keep talking about Shatawale time after time. You supposedly have a huge following. But what are you teaching that following? It's insults and foolishness and fooling and all over the place. That's what you are doing. You see, I have this gold chain, I have that necklace, I have this. So what?
Isn't that show business?
Well, show business must come with a certain level of responsibility. Yes, you are saying that the people who support you are in the ghetto. Do they have that? If you can take money and buy a diamond necklace, the people who support you, they don't even have proper water to drink. The people who are the core of your fan base, malaria is killing them, Qatar is killing them, almost everything bad is in their area. What have you done? I would feel as a failed celebrity or an artist if I would wear a necklace that is made of diamond and my key supporters are those who are in the ghetto suffering. I must be seen doing something for them before I can do something even for myself. Have you built a hospital for them? If you ask him this question, he will say, am I the president? Why am I paying taxes? You claim you have it. You claim you are so rich. What legacy do you want to leave behind? A legacy of hoarding money and dying and going away and living it after living comfortably? How about the core people who are supporting you? Have you cleaned their gutters? Have you brought them together to teach them how to clean their environment? Have you bought them shovels and pickaxes? It's all about, I got this, I got this. Me, I get 20 cars. Me, my house, I get 20 swimming pool for inside. It's too infantile. Celebrity should grow beyond that. Recently, Jackie Appiah also showed her house and all those. I'm happy for her. I speak with her. Oh, nice. Nice. I don't know what kind of suffering she went through to be able to build that. So I am happy for her. See, she's not a boastful kind of person. She showed the house. You understand? I believe in growing in the quiet. My people have a saying that, you see that lizard with a red head? That it hides itself so that the head can grow red. The lizard that does not hide its head, for it to grow red, it dies early. To come out and be doing this. And, hey, children, hey, pop! It's gone. It will hide itself. It's a proverb. Did the Gombe say it? Bandwa Swarlo Zokar Mora. Bandwa is the lizard. It hides its head so it becomes red. So ubenyina chair.
So is it right for them to also support politicians?
It's not right. You don't know your work. I know when I said, oh, you went and supported Obama. Hey, is it because Obama will be Ghanaian? I said, because you don't know. I am a Pan-Africanist. You understand? Everything black that is positive, I want to support it. It's different. You are supporting a politician so that he can support you. When some of the artists had the chance to meet Nana Akufo-Addo, what did they say? Buy me a car. I will feel so sad if I ever told that man that. You know what I would say? Nima is struggling. Please, we need something there. As for me, I can take care of myself. If you watch Titanic, when that guy was dying, what did he tell the wife or the lady or the girlfriend? Say, go! Say, I am a survivor. I'm a survivor. I can survive. The people who I'm not sure can survive are those I'm asking you to go and help. That's what it is. God is not giving the money to the people who can support the people. He's giving it to people who have no brains. That's why the Nigerians say, money don't miss road. Yeah. God is not making people who have wisdom presidents. He is making idiots presidents. God is not giving some of the things to some people who can really change the world. He's giving it to people who can do nothing. For a reason, I will ask God one day when I meet him.
You are a Pan-Africanist, as I said earlier, and you follow African politics as well.
For real?
Yes, and you saw the election in Kenya.
Yeah, I did.
Is that a standard election to you?
Kenya has always been full of problems, you know. From the days of Jomo Kenyatta all the way down. Kenya, such a beautiful country. Its biggest export is tourism. I watched how Uhuru Kenyatta and how all those people messed up this country. And I saw how people were killed in broad daylight, all because of elections. Before their elections, America announced that its citizens should start moving out. Why? Is it a war zone? But that's how they degraded that country. That election was nothing but a fraudulent election, just like many other African elections.
They record 101% of the votes in total.
Can you believe this?
It's being contested by the main opposition leader.
Fraudulent. Right from the start, fraudulent. And it's been happening all across Africa. I don't know why.
Is there any single African president you can pick as a model president that other presidents should follow?
Some of them have passed on.
Can we talk about the living
ones?
And then maybe later we'll talk about the dead.
Magufuli just went away a couple of years ago.
You support Magufuli?
Oh, yes. Magufuli was positive in several different ways as compared to the rest of them.
So you accept that there were challenges like the media?
Of course. Okay. Of course, he had that. Just like the Rwandan president. Kagame.
He also
has a problem with... Kagame is not my favorite, but he has been able to do positive things that I would sit back and say, okay, he has done some bad ones, like there's no media freedom. People are abducted and killed because they are political opponents, including gospel artists. See, he's fighting political families that he thinks are a threat to him. But I love Kagame for the reason that he was able to raise the country from the ashes, from the cinders, all the way into a certain space that England finds attractive to bring its unwanted immigrants to. Look at Rwanda now. What's the population of Rwanda? Like 11 million people. But when you check Rwanda, there is no day a driver would give money to a policeman and say, oh, take it and let me go. Like it happens in Ghana in broad daylight. Kagame is not joking. I love him for that. He's brought discipline into his country. In Rwanda, you cannot bribe anybody. Try it and see. In Rwanda, they are beginning to have bullet trains. A country that just came back from a civil war that took the lives of about 1 million people. For a very long time, we did not even have a word called genocide. Kofi Annan could not believe that the mayhem in Rwanda had to be called a genocide. Hutus, Tutsis, it happened. But today, Hutus and Tutsis are dancing hand in hand. Forget it. They say, don't tell and don't listen. Don't ask and don't tell. We have forgotten it. We are one Rwandan people. That is enough. Yes, he has its negatives. But I think that these ones, you can't find 100% president. I think that he's not bad at all.
Who is your worst president alive?
Worst president alive. Hallelujah. There are a number of them. Let me see. Out of the worst president, let me find the worst. They are there. A lot of them. Some of them have died and they are in hell right now. Like Mobutu Sese Seko, he is in hell, that I know. Yes. And I know that Yadima is also in hell. No two ways about that. Now, the next people to join him in hell. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hey! There is this guy.
Which country?
My God. Kai.
Cameroon?
Cameroon.
Paul Biya.
Paul Biya. In fact, he will be the class prefect in hell for all these people. I just did a song and it's called Bastard Boy Biya. We just finished shooting the video, edited. We'll release it on GhanaWeb. Paul Biya, Mr. Biya. Paul Biya is a bastard boy, Dotty Biya. You bastard. Paul Biya is a bastard boy. See, I cry for kwa. Yawunde Douala. It's a very emotional song. Because of the language you speak, they gun you down. Language. You can speak English in Cameroon. Paul Biya will gun you down. How old is Paul Biya? He's heading towards 90 in a year or two. When he's walking, they have to carry him like that. He's president for 40 years. Paul Biya doesn't live in Cameroon. He lives in Switzerland. Why? He says the country is ruling that is called Cameroon. The weather is not good for his skin. So he goes to Switzerland and he's in a hotel called what? He's in there. 5-star hotel. Chilling. And the Swiss people are happy taking the African money from a bastardized African. It's sad. Now they are trying to break away. The breakaway faction is called Ambazonia. They want to do it because my brethren are being killed. I don't want to go too much into the histories, but the way they came together, they thought that they would have been good. Paul Biya is killing them after taking out Amadou Ahidjo, taking over the whole place. The whole place is chaka 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 chaka.
So does Paul Biya make Akufo-Addo look good?
Yes. Yes. Akufo-Addo is a bad president. But I would prefer Akufo-Addo to Paul Biya. That is true. Oh, nobody is shooting us in Ghana like that. You can speak any language you want. Nobody shoots you down. There's a certain level of press freedom, even though this man has come to bring it down. Paul Biya, you can't utter a word.
Akufo-Addo versus Museveni.
Museveni is another dictator, terrible dictator, very bad dictator. He's a bad man who is also abducting people left, right, and center. Akufo-Addo is better than him. But I am on Akufo-Addo because he's the president of my country. When Togo, La Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, and all those countries are seemingly smiling in one way or the other, we are still blaming Ukraine, Russia, COVID for our woes. That is an irresponsible president. He's a president who has no wisdom. Nana Akufo-Addo is an arrogant president who will not listen to his own party people. That's why I don't like him. He's the worst president we have had in this country. How do you compare Akufo-Addo to Museveni and Paul Biya when we had our independence long before Cameroon was even born? We had our Nkrumah went all the way to Boya in Cameroon to be able to bring them together. Nkrumah was the champion of Africa. So if now people are comparing other African presidents to you who had your independence earlier, then you are a joker. You should have been long gone. But you are marking time and marching backwards. That's what it is, my brother. Okay. So you mentioned Dr. Yu and you are not interested in it anymore, right?
Thank you very much for reminding me that. I forgot about Dr. Yu.
There's a song that I like, Dr. UN Wakasa. Wakasa, Wakasa, Amagana, Yedi, Sinura Wakasa, you know, that kind of thing. And it is done by a comedian. Yeah. He's a guy, when you meet, you will like.
Yeah.
The dental style, the uniqueness of his dental style. He's always smiling.
He excites people.
I love him.
So everything that he says, is that true? Do you believe all of it?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
But you know he went to GhanaWeb TV and he did all of that.
Everything he says is true. But I was with him at UST and he was at CAT. I think he was one floor down from the studio.
Yeah.
But he was always in the studio. Sometimes I go to play my reggae and I wanted all of them out. He would hide at the back trying to fix something. I said, sir, please, could you excuse me? You know, he was always in the studio. You know, that was what he was. So at a point I asked somebody, Charlie, this guy, into him, student. Say, yeah, social guy be that. Social science, social guy be that. You know, but he was always in the studio and I wondered if he was going for lectures at all. He always laughing, even alone he'll be laughing. So I asked another brother, Black Uhuru, wherever you are, big up yourself. I asked him, this guy, is he okay? He's always laughing, even if he's alone, walking alone, laughing. He said, hey, so they be Irie man, no? Irie man. I said, well, so when I heard Dr. Ewan, till I saw the photogram, I said, you know, why Clef be this? Why Clef? You know, but you see, this brings us to a certain point where we prejudice people because he looks the way he looks. Somebody would say, oh, then he couldn't have achieved this, he couldn't have achieved that. I've said it and it was published in GhanaWeb. I would prefer his award to VGMA. I will prefer his award to 4 awards, 5 awards. I would prefer that to those awards. Because those awards, you have to vote. You are buying them. Up to this time, we have not come to that reality that we are selling the awards by voting. Why? Is it hard to understand? If you go to school and pi x plus sigma this and this is equal to this, and you are able to crack it and do it, and you don't understand basics that people are voting, paying money, and you are not even ashamed when they don't win, you tell them, hey, you didn't vote enough. Then what kind of award is that? Your GhanaWeb awards is better awards. Next time award me, I'll come and take it. These are awards that will pinpoint people and say, hey, we see that this person is doing good, that person is doing. But if you guys are also voting, then it's on to you. Any award that goes through voting, especially when people pay money to vote, is a fake award. You are buying the awards. It's better to pinpoint. It's okay, we've shortlisted these people. And our panelists sat and then they chose that person. On the day of the award, okay, the shortlisting, this person, that person, that person. But when our panelists voted, they selected this person. That's an award. Not pay and vote. So I have removed myself from any award that has to do with pay and vote and buy the award. We've spoken to them. They banned me. VGMA banned me before because they said I spoke too much. Now I have banned myself.
So if you are nominated, you're out.
No, they can't nominate me. I did that to RTP. I told RTP, listen, do not nominate me anymore because you guys are still voting. Of course, in the past we did that. That consciousness did not hit us. We were too excited to have the fans show that they love us. Forgetting that, you know, there are some things you do, then you come back and say, okay, like this. Like a friend of mine, Shatarako, he called me this morning and said, oh, Rasta. He was all teary. Wagwan. I wanted to, you know, the happy person that I've always been. But he was solemn. What happened? Charlie, I bought a parrot last week. As I bring the parrot come, they put down for cage where they give them food where they chop. The food say, you know, they like, but they chop. Because that be what they chop. My daughter can't tell me, say, the parrot, they sick. But the day before, do me like, make the parrot go. Because, you know, they look happy. But I don't make it go. My daughter can't tell me, say, they sick. I go look at the parrot die. Then I remember the thing they talk for, the radio top and things. Sometimes you have it in you, but somebody has to wake it up. That's how it is. You should never keep an animal, especially a wild animal, that enjoys its freedom. So Dr. Ewan went to UST. I saw him. He was also at Contato. He played he was like a sitting DJ. Anybody who wasn't there, he came there and sat down and played. That was the kind of person he was.
Yeah. Anyway, your final words before we go. Yes. I see you read the comments on GhanaWeb a lot.
I do. Yeah. I mean, GhanaWeb is a very huge platform. Ghana. This is Ghana on the web. People all over the countries, around and beyond. When they want information about Ghana, that's the power you guys have. See? Sometimes my Blackboard, 100% of all the stories are from GhanaWeb. The stories are nice to read and all that. Some of the comments are nauseating. Sometimes I wish that there was a way we could deal with some of them. But I also understand that there is freedom of speech. So people say anything and we let it go. It's sad. The comments sometimes are very terrible. But I read them, and some of them are so wise. You can pick up some things out of the trash. You can find something that is nice, and you can use that. So I've grown a thick skin. It doesn't matter what you say about me. My eye is fixed on the goal. My eye is fixed on the mission, and the mission is Pan-Africanism.
The mission is Pan-Africanism. Thank you very much, Black Rasta, for coming. And this is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Watch us every Monday on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. My name is Ismail Okwe. Be safe.
And that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, there is no message from His Excellency the President, neither do I have any communication for today. And so the majority leader and leader of the House had intimated to me that he is urgently needed for some important meeting. And so he pleaded for us to vary the order of business and to give him the opportunity to lay some papers before departing. I know the minority from bench will not have any objection, so I'll grant him that permission. So we'll have to move straight to commencement of public business before we come back to item 4 for correction of votes and proceedings. So at the commencement of public business, item 6, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 6A, by the Minister for Finance.
Speaker, thank you very much for granting me leave to alter the order of business for the day and to present these papers on behalf of the Minister State of the Realm, our cabinet meetings, and I have also to leave to cabinet. Speaker, so beginning with 6A.
Public Procurement Regulations 2022.
Honorable members, the Public Procurement Regulations 2022 is hereby referred to the Committee on Finance. Sorry, regulations, so subsidiary legislation. I will encourage the Committee on Finance leadership and public accounts could attend to assess the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation. 6B, by the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Charter for African Cultural Renaissance.
Mr. Speaker, as the minority leader intimated, the Public Procurement Regulations should go to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. If there's any committee to assess them, it's rather the Finance Committee, the leadership of the Finance Committee, to assess.
Exactly what I did. That was the direction I gave.
That's what you said?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I heard him say public accounts. So I thought you had...
I said public accounts and finance. In fact, I mentioned finance first. Okay. And I said I also encourage the leadership of the Public Accounts Committee to assist the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation.
I didn't hear that. Thank you very much. So, 6B.
Charter for African Cultural Renaissance.
Honorable members, the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance is referred to the Committee on Culture and Tourism for consideration and report to the House. 6. Yes, please. Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 6B, I thought you were going to make it a joint referral by including the Committee for Foreign Affairs.
The leadership.
Or the leadership of Foreign Affairs to join
yes.
In consideration of it.
Yes, the leadership.
You see, that's the reason why I insist that I should have some knowledge of the subject matters that are to be presented to the House. I haven't seen that charter, I haven't been briefed, so I don't know what are the contents. And so I'm guided by your intervention. Majority Leader, yes?
Mr. Speaker, I thought we were going to go to C, but I was explaining to my colleague that this is to the committee responsible for culture. However, because it straddles Ghana, the Foreign Affairs Committee, the leadership, could be invited to assist them.
Exactly what the Deputy Whip requested. Yes, so that's what I was going to say, that the leadership of the Committee on Foreign Affairs should assist the Committee on Culture and Tourism in the consideration of the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance. Kindly report to the House as soon as possible. 6C, by the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, Annual Report of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority for the year 2021.
Annual Report of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority for the year 2021.
Honourable members, the annual report is laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Employment and Social Welfare for consideration and report to the House. Now, we will get back to item 4. Item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. will start with the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 26th October 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, page 8, Honorable.
I'm very grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to draw your attention to the item numbered 45 on page 8. I recall that my colleague, the Honourable Roxanne Dafiamekpo, raised this matter. If the Honourable question should be continuously marked absent and the implications, and you indicated that you would discuss with leadership and offer some guidance on what should be done moving forward. But since then, we have not heard from you. So I wanted to find out if that discussion has taken place and if this is the agreement that he should continuously be marked absent without permission, knowing the implications of that. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. James question.
Honourable Member, we have a challenge here because you know this is a house of records, and yes, Honourable Woyome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been marked absent, but then I was here yesterday. I even attended
Let me finish this matter that has been raised. A matter has been raised. Let me finish with that before I come to your issue. So, honourable members, I have no basis for taking a decision in this matter because I have no records before me. I only hear, I read in the dailies and the rest, and I cannot take that as evidence. And so I thought that my intervention that day would have drawn the attention of the authorities to do what we generally refer to as the needful. But as of now, I still don't have any evidence of that. And so we should let sleeping dogs lie until the proper thing is done. The issue that was raised by the Honourable Ablakwa is on page 8. Under item 3, you have the name number 45, which deals with the Honourable Member for Asin North, because his matter has been pending. And I don't have any evidence on it. I've been reading in papers, I've been hearing from people, but we don't have any communication from our colleagues, the arm of government in charge of the judiciary on the matter. So I cannot take it that what I read in the papers and the rest is sufficient evidence for me to act on. And so I've raised this issue before, expecting that there will be a communication to us on that issue, and nothing has come so far. And that is the difficulty I have. Recently, I read in the dailies again about a case that was presided over by the Supreme Court, and the judgment was given something Manam versus the Attorney General and the Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker of Parliament had no knowledge about that suit, and yet judgment was delivered by the Supreme Court in which a section of a law we passed was struck out as unconstitutional. If the Speaker is a party to a suit, at least the Speaker should be served. There was no service on us. Maybe the Attorney General assumed that responsibility without even consulting us. And the Supreme Court proceeded to give some judgment striking out a section of a law we passed, Section 43 of the Narcotics Control Commission Act, without hearing from us. I think something is amiss, and we have to rectify it. It might be known to all that it is not in all cases that the Attorney General is sufficiently empowered to represent Parliament. So the Parliamentary Service Board took notice of that and has proceeded to engage some 2 firms to assist Parliament in this matter. So I don't know whether there's a representative of the Attorney General here, Minister for Justice. In the absence of that, I will direct the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, who is the majority leader and leader of the House, to inform his colleague, the Minister for Justice and Attorney General, about this matter. If there is any further need for further discussion, we are available to do so. But we must do something to close this gap, this miscommunication, and get inputs from Parliament when there are matters before the court having some impact or effect on what we do here. We should be heard. I hope this is clear. So I move on. Yes, Honorable Wayumi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed on page 8, under the list of members that were absent yesterday, item 49, which indicates that I've been marked absent. But then I was here and I even attended committee sitting. So I do not know. I was here.
Yes, table office, kindly take note. I can testify, I saw him here myself yesterday. We move on to page 9.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, page 9, second paragraph. In limine, the I should be a capital I.
in limine. The Latin word you used yesterday in dismissing the motion, in limine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, your attention is being drawn to the I in the in. So take note, cross-check, and do the proper rendition. Page 10. Yes, sorry, Honorable. You are taking us back to page 8, yes?
Page 8, Mr. Speaker. Item number 35. Honorable Festus Wakofu, he sought permission to be absent, but he's been marked just absent. So he should be absent with permission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Page 8, item number
35.
45.
35.
He sought permission from you?
From our leader.
Please, will you kindly go and read your standing orders? There's nothing like seeking permission from your leader to be absent. Permission can only be granted by the speaker, not by your leader. Page 10. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, just for your guidance, I don't know whether item number 8, when you check the portfolio that was given to the Honorable Frank Anodompre, who is the Majority Chief Whip, with that of the Minority Chief Whip, the Chief is missing. So I don't know if it is okay for the Chief to be missing in this instance. If not, then
there's nothing
Chief.
like First Deputy Chief Minority Whip. There's nothing like that. The rendition is correct. First Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you for your guidance.
There's only one chief, and that's the Chief Whip. Yes, I can see the Deputy Whip, Majority Deputy Whip. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not wading into that debate. In fact, except to bring you back to page 8, item 44. The Honorable Henry Kote sought permission. In fact, his leave of absence form, I signed it and directed it to you. So I just wanted to draw the table of his attention to it. He sought permission, and then I signed it and then recommended it to you. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member will cross-check from the list to make sure the writing is done. Table office kindly do so. I don't recollect actually granting that permission, but since the numbers are voluminous, that's why sometimes I use the table office to go through and advise me as to those that we granted permission to be absent. But as Chief Whips and Whips, it's your duty, because this is to let you control the issue of attendance, to respond to the quorum. And that's why they are routed through you, for you to look at the numbers and see whether you have sufficient number to form a quorum for the business of the House. So please, we'll cross-check on that. Page 11. Honorable members, In the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 26th October 2022 are hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. We have a number of statements that have been admitted by me, and we may have space for 3 of them for today. And so we move to item 5, statements. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, if you may grant me this space for us to look at our order paper, particularly page 5 of the order paper, the notice of motion. Mr. Speaker, we are guided by your higher wisdom in matters of procedure in this House. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the Constitution and the rules of this House. The provisions are very specific on motion. Motion. Mr. Speaker, what I have seen as advertised is not only a motion, but also grounds the applicants are relying on for their said arguments. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit that legal grounds or grounds for submission are not embedded in the motion. The motion paper, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, you are completely out of order. We are at item 5, statements. When we get to where you are, you can raise this issue. What you're talking about is public business. We went to public business based on the request of the majority leader and granted him permission to lay some papers, which he did. Now we are back to the order that the agenda has been presented. And so we are now at statements. Then when we get back to public business and you want to raise the issue on the item 8, definitely I will listen to you.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I would never challenge your ruling. When you say order, it is within your right to say so. But Mr. Speaker, that is why I premised my argument on with your leave. Mr. Speaker, so I wasn't going as of right. I said that, Mr. Speaker, with your leave. So if you grant me leave, I proceed. But if you don't grant me leave, I retire. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why I said with your leave, because I'm very mindful of where we are. So I wouldn't take your powers away from you. So, Mr. Speaker, I take guidance, safe to say that I am not out of order because I sought your leave. Mr. Speaker, I'm not out of order. And I want the record to reflect myself. If the Speaker would
my very good son, you are again out of order. If the proper thing to do, what you did, was to seek my leave. So you wait for me to grant you the leave. But you didn't wait and you went ahead to start.
I must give you grounds. No. Wait, you have to learn. This is an exercise you must pay attention to. You don't know. Mr. Speaker, this is an exercise they must pay attention. This engagement is important for them. They should learn. Learn from you. Mr. Speaker, leave is a dispensation which is not granted lightly. So in praying for leave, I must lay the ground for the application. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, you would always be right, except that on this occasion, Mr. Speaker, I wish the record will reflect that I wasn't out of order. I thank you.
They were seeking, honorable member, is for us to move to public business, because I had mentioned item 5, which is statements, and so you are seeking leave for us to leave item 5 and to move to public business. Then I can grant you that leave because we are varying the order of business. Then after I've granted you that, then you then mention, Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at item 8, which is on public business. So you were out of order. 2, you were out of order again in challenging my order. Even though you stated that you were not challenging my order, you stated clearly that you disagree with me and that your understanding, which unfortunately is erroneous. So you are out of order and also out of order. Double jeopardy.
Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you, I am most obliged. As it pleases you.
Honorable members, these are technical procedures and it's important we go by them, because that's what guides the House for us to be able to maintain law and order, decorum and decency. And the honorable member has conceded, so let us move on. He wants us to move to public business. With your kind permission, I'll grant him permission. I'll grant him the leave, and then he can raise the issue for us to look at. Because that motion is a very, very important motion. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may you live long. I thank you for...
Only 100 years. 100 years, no more, no less.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, may your wish be granted.
Amen.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I beg to submit that the item as advertised as motion on page 5 of today's order paper is defective and does not reflect a clearer position as intended by the Constitution and the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, the said item is headed Notice of Motion on a Vote of Censure. My humble view is that a motion, it is only the motion which is supposed to be advertised. It is only the motion which is supposed to be advertised. The facts upon which the applicant relies on cannot, as it is advertised, be embedded in the motion paper. Mr. Speaker, in this House, if you go through our order paper, clearly committees bring reports, we submit applications, motions are advertised on their own. A motion to take a censure on the minister, blah, 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 it continues. That is the motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the various items 1 to 7, we should not forget that we are in a political space. And particularly if you look at item 1, the way it has been couched, the man has already been condemned long before his head. The respondent in this matter, Mr. Speaker, the respondent in this application has already been condemned with allegations, not facts. Mr. Speaker, we must all know that if it is tomorrow, today, it is somebody today, it could be us tomorrow. And we must all know that we all want fair hearing. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the manner, the form of this whole motion on notice, Mr. Speaker, though it states that it is in accord with Article 82, Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I have Article 82 here, and I shall, with your leave, read the content aloud. And in extenso, Parliament may, by a resolution supported by the vote of not less than 2/3 of all members of Parliament, pass a vote of censure on a Minister of State. 2. A motion for the resolution referred to in clause 1 of this article shall not be moved in Parliament unless 7 days notice has been given of the motion, and B, the notice for the motion has been signed by not less than 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. 3, the motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days after the receipt of the Speaker of the notice for the motion. So, Mr. Speaker, quite clearly, the Constitution is very specific, and in this House we know how a motion is couched. A motion is a motion, and you don't add anything else. Oh, please, 108, I have it here. Mr. Speaker, let's look at 108. Vote of censure on ministers, Article 82 of the Constitution. A motion for a vote of censure on the Minister of State shall be moved in the following manner. 7 days. Mr. Speaker, is a repetition of what is in the Constitution. Yes. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with motion on censure and not any other motion. However, if there's an omnibus clause which can be applicable mutatis mutandis, I am ready to go on that tangent, which allows a motion to be advertised accompanied with allegations, which is not founded on facts. If that is the way my colleagues on the minority side are saying is the intendment of the Constitution, they should provide proof. I am saying that, Mr. Speaker, the motion is supposed to be advertised. That is what the Constitution says. The Constitution is not saying that you should accompany it with allegations as part of the motion. That is my contention. And if they beg to disagree, and if there's any other provision that perhaps which allows you to state allegations, not to support your motion, they should again draw my attention. I'm ready to learn. We are here to learn. And if I get it wrong, and I'm corrected. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes, Minority.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard the Deputy Majority Leader. I was expecting him to say that he wants the number to be expanded from 128 to the additional numbers from his side. That probably it is safe to add on to 128, which will support this motion. But, Mr. Speaker, to assure you, that you have done what is constitutionally apt, what is consistent with the Constitution and the rules. We intend invoking Article 82 of the Constitution to move a motion of censure on the Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. And that, Mr. Speaker, as he read, he should read 82. And Mr. Speaker, probably that is why he must even graciously be thanking Mr. Speaker for admitting the motion with haste in the public national interest. Today at Business Committee, our attention was drawn, Mr. Speaker, to your approval of the motion. We met at Business Committee. I'm sure tomorrow it will be captured. I intend even to lead the moving of the motion supported by the whip and 128 more members and probably an additional 86. So, Mr. Speaker, if he reads 82 well, a motion for the resolution referred to in clause 1 of this article shall not be moved in Parliament. Other than that, we would have been asking for it to be moved today because we want him to go with speed. But, Mr. Speaker, we are respecting the Constitution. It says that 7 days' notice must be given of the motion. So once the Speaker admits the motion, it has to be advertised for 7 days. 7 days. And then, Mr. Speaker, I heard him. Your grounds, you said there was nothing legal. When you started, you know what the GRU norm means in law. The Constitution is the GRU norm of the land. We have made reference to constitutional provisions of Article 178, Article 176, and 82. Mr. Speaker, to demonstrate with fact on this floor that the minister is in breach of the law, apart from the fact that he's trashed the Ghanaian economy, we will do so. So, to preempt and say that the motion, you cannot question the competence of the Speaker in admitting the motion. And we, in fact, we are only giving you headlines of the matters to which we will lead with evidence. Mr. Speaker, our evidence will be in the category beyond shadow of doubt. Beyond shadow of doubt. That the Ghanaian economy is a trash economy. The city worst performing currency in the world. So, Mr. Speaker, you shouldn't preempt the debate. You have done what is constitutionally right. I expect him to be assuring me that his side will support this and by consensus will save this country. We need to save this country, save its businesses. Businesses are collapsing, industry is collapsing, the Ghanaian citizens are reeling under unprecedented hardship. That must be your concern. But to say that there is nothing legal in this, okay, it is constitutional. Not just legal, but constitutional. It is not just legal, it is constitutional. We are invoking provisions of the Constitution. As for the headlines, wait for the facts on the day of the debate. So, Mr. Speaker, you must dismiss him again in limine.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave. Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that my respected colleague, on rising on his feet, perhaps for and on behalf of his colleagues, would have rebutted my arguments, but he has rather decided to proceed to the gallery of politics and partisanship. Mr. Speaker, if it is his contention that he is coming squarely within the scope of the Constitution, Articles 176 and 82, then I invite him to the rule that all men must be given fair hearing, and that too, that you cannot hide your cards in a situation like this. You are raising a serious constitutional matter. Therefore, you must put all your cards on the table. If you say that you are merely now advertising allegations and the fact will come later, then, Mr. Speaker, you are not being fair.
to the respondent who the Constitution is saying that upon hearing the argument of the applicant, he must also be heard. Mr. Speaker, they shouldn't forget that the Constitution says that when your application is being heard, the respondent would be given the opportunity to also respond. Therefore, you don't only advertise your allegations and say that you spring a surprise on that day. Then bring all your facts. You say he has breached the Constitution, Article 176. Mr. Speaker, in this advertisement, in this notice of motion, if indeed you want to be fair, you don't hide your cards and spring surprise on that day. Bring your legal arguments, make it available to the minister so that he can be sufficiently prepared to respond. Element of the notice. Mr. Speaker, other than that, there will be no need for this notice. This notice will become odious. You are saying somebody has breached the Constitution. You are saying that you are relying on stated grounds. My first argument was that the motion and the stated grounds are inconsistent as per the constitutional provision. However, if you want to invite me to even adopt the position you have taken, which I am ready to do, argument is, then the man must be given an opportunity to know what he is to respond to. You cannot come and argue saying that, one, this is what you are saying. One, the man has breached Article 178. The man's companies are benefiting from a certain transaction. These are what you are saying. You are not expected to keep this with you. Come here on the day and spring a surprise. In this advertisement, Mr. Speaker, if the minority leader will agree with me, and he's a senior member at the bar, for the years he has spent at the bar, if he decides to change profession, he will be going to the Supreme Court. If he decides to change profession, he qualifies for the Supreme Court. So he knows the rules of natural justice imposes on us an obligation to let the other party be heard. Mr. Speaker, even in a criminal trial today in Ghana, in criminal trials, gone were the days where prosecution will hold all the evidence and be drawing them out one by one. Today, at the onset, it is required of the prosecution to make available every evidence to the accused. All documents to be relied on are now exchanged, even as part of our criminal jurisprudence. It is now the practice. It cannot be different in this chamber. A minister serving his country as a public office holder is going to face such an attack on the House floor. You serve notice. The notice is not sufficient. All the facts upon which you are led he has to go out of office must be made available to him to make this proper notice. Mr. Speaker, I would go by the second leg of the argument, and if that is so, they should make all the facts available so that on the day, the minister will have the opportunity to respond to, so that the people of Ghana would appreciate the basis upon which this motion is being mounted. Advertise all of it so that everybody will read and know where you're coming from. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, may I be permitted to use 5 minutes, and then I'll give other members opportunity to express their views on this matter before I give my ruling. So 5 minutes suspension of sitting. Expressing what you indicated was going to be a ruling which you characterized as an informed ruling. You have sent us on a very labyrinthine, tortuous and torturous journey. And clearly, I must state that I didn't know where you're taking this house. Mr. Speaker, by way of conclusion, you said the House should go through the recommendations of the committee in order to make a determination. I refer you to what you said earlier, that the House will not go through. Honorable the Majority Leader, my ruling is not subject to debate. You can say you disagree with me, yes, and you know what to do. Simple. You cannot go and be quoting my ruling and trying to state your position on that. That definitely is not allowed by our rules. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have read your ruling, which I consider very... Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, yes, you will not listen to me. You will not listen to me. That's not the patience to listen to you. You must also listen to me. Mr. Speaker, you have made a ruling which I totally disagree with. I totally disagree with. I think it doesn't sit with the Constitution, and we must be able to honorable members, the Majority Leader is entitled to totally disagree with me. So allow him to say it, and then he knows what to do. So yes, go on. Precisely. That's we gotta know what to do. And I'm expressing my discomfort with this unfortunate ruling that we have made. I totally disagree. I think it doesn't sit with the Constitution and with your own earlier statements that we made in this House relating to this same thing. Very inconsistent. To that extent, Mr. Speaker, I'm serving notice. We know what to do. We come with a substantive motion to challenge your ruling, which I find very obsequious. Very obsequious. And it doesn't sit in this House. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader, as I stated earlier on, you are totally entitled to disagree with me. But to describe my ruling as unfortunate is a choice of word that by our rules. Read Order 93. Read Order 93. The fact that you disagree with me does not mean that your disagreement is sacrosanct. I will never use the words unfortunate on your disagreement. I believe that that word offends against the Order 93, and I'll ask you to withdraw that word and apologize to me. Mr. Speaker,
Is it the first time the word unfortunate has been used? Or you want to reset the rules of this house? When I say that this statement is unfortunate, that is offensive. The greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, I want you to indicate to me in the context what is offensive about saying that your ruling I find unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, on almost daily basis, this word has been used in this house. Or is it the case you want to reset the rules of this house? Mr. Speaker, I am not angelic. If you tell me that in the context of usage, I find it maybe unparliamentary and I have to withdraw, I will. But I don't find it, I'm sure I don't find it unparliamentary. But I'm in your hands. I will listen further to you.
Majority Leader, thank you so much. You recall when you were minority leader you were majority leader and your deputy was Honorable Dominic Nitiwu. I was minority leader and I used the word, I was majority leader, you were minority leader. I used the word, you don't understand, in trying to explain a matter, and your deputy objected to my choice of the word, you don't understand. That meant it was an insult to your intelligence. The Right Honorable Do Ajahu, who was presiding, called on me to withdraw that apology, and I did. I'm sure you recollect that because you have a sharp memory. The Speaker, words have meanings in the context of usage. That's why I'm urging you, in the context of usage, what is unparliamentary about me saying that your ruling I find unfortunate? I only decided to engage with you and give you this latitude because you have been with me for a long time. And when I was leader in 2001, I think you were a deputy whip. And I went around the whole world with you, always leading you. I expected that now that you have learned so much, you are entitled to always disagree and argue with me. But I'm still older than you. And you always remain my friend until doomsday. Whether you agree or disagree with me, whether you are fighting me or not, you will still remain my friend.
Parliament is guided by rules. What they have done is to try and anticipate and try and ambush the Speaker. As we speak, there is no motion before the House. And for them to come and address the press and create an impression as though a motion has been admitted by Mr. Speaker leaves so much to be desired. In fact, admissibility of questions, motions, or any process is the sole mandate of Mr. Speaker. So until your motion or any application is admitted by Speaker, you cannot assume that you have a motion properly before the House. So I would want to say that, simply put, they are just throwing dust into the eyes of Ghanaians. We are all aware that the world economy is in crisis. We are all aware that government has taken steps to address this economic crisis that we face as a nation. As we speak, we have an ongoing negotiation with the IMF. Midway in the negotiation, government cannot come and make an announcement. But trust government to be able to make a full disclosure of what engagement they've had with the IMF when all these things are concluded. It's difficult, especially for businesses and looking at the way our currency is faring. So anybody raising a concern about the state of the economy will be raising such a concern genuinely. This is not about NDC MPP. It's a general problem we are facing as a country. Mighty UK. People are paying more for mortgages. Almighty UK. Great Britain. People do not have what it takes to even buy essential commodities. So it is not an easy thing. As parents who are supposed to pay school fees, as businessmen who are supposed to pay bank loans, it is not easy. But what we're supposed to do is to have faith and work together. And I believe that as Parliament has just commenced, what the minority and the majority would have to do is to work together to build consensus on the key issues to support government. To me, that is our main agenda, but not the usual MPP, NDC partisan attacks. Those ones will not help us. Regarding views expressed by the majority caucus on certain matters of national concern, I think that's the beauty of democracy. People having the opportunity to express their views. And where we have gotten to in our democracy, we should be happy that people don't keep what they have in mind within them, that they are being gagged. So we take all of that in good faith and continue to soldier on and work together for the betterment of our people.
Worried about what the Deputy Majority Leader was trying to do. First, when he started and he was talking about that allegations have been added to the motions, I saw that as challenging the authority of Mr. Speaker to admit motions. I want to remind him that Speaker works with procedural advice, to be specific, the clerk, and they work with our standing orders and then the Constitution. The Speaker, with your permission, I want to take time to try to educate my colleague on what a motion should be. And it's explicitly stated or defined in Order 7 of our standing orders. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read it to his hearing. Motion means a proposal made by a member that Parliament or a committee thereof do something, order something to be done, or express an opinion concerning some matter. Mr. Speaker, I also want to refer my colleague to Order 78 all the way to '78, '79, and 80. And Mr. Speaker, to be more precise, 79(1). All notices shall be given by being handed in at the table when the House is sitting, or by being transmitted to the office of the clerk, so as to be received within the hours prescribed for the purpose. All notices shall be signed by the member proposing the motion or amendment. And Mr. Speaker, nowhere in this order that says that the motion, when it's going to be advertised, should only be the heading. And Mr. Speaker, to also refer my colleague to our own practice and other papers. And to be precise, I'm holding in my hand the order paper of the 8th July 2020. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to take just a particular one of the motions. For example, on that day 11, motion 11, on page 10, reads that notwithstanding the provisions of the Standing Orders 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Finance Committee on the loan agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of the Republic of Korea, acting through the Export-Import Bank of Korea, Government Agency for the Economic Development Cooperation Fund, for an amount of, in Korea 1, not exceeding equivalent of 30 million United States dollars to finance the medical equipment provision project in response of COVID-19 may be moved today. Mr. Speaker, I'm giving a typical example of how motions are couched. Why will you, if the Committee of Finance is going to bring details about the COVID and the money, why are we stating it in the motion? If it is only the heading that is to be counted, why will you be stating all this in the motion. Mr. Speaker, I think there's something fundamental wrong with my colleague. And Mr. Speaker, permit me on a lighter note to say, I see him wearing a nightgown. Maybe he didn't sleep at home. He slept somewhere and then he got up and came to the house. On a lighter note, he's wearing a pajamas on top. Because Mr. Speaker, what he's doing is completely out of order. If you look at the motions that we've called again and again.
Honorable Chief, with point of order. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, few gentlemen know about Kubavera. Kubavera is a gentleman's shirt. Few gentlemen know about Kubavera. And it is rich to hear, albeit lightly, for a minority chief whip to describe a beautiful blue Kubavera as a pajamas. If Mr. Speaker, out of the abundance of ignorance, the mouth speaketh. He has spoken out of ignorance. He doesn't know about Kubavera. Kubavera, you don't tuck in. You don't use it for tie. It's a formal gentleman's shirt. And I have them in different colors. And colleagues who believe in Kubavera, they know that I supply them. I won't mention names. So, if he has nothing to say to rebut the legal submissions made by me, he should rest his case and allow Mr. Speaker to make a determination. I have not questioned the authority of Mr. Speaker. I have not said that Mr. Speaker was wrong in admitting the motion. I am talking about what you have added to the motion. And I'm saying that because the Constitution allows a respondent to be heard, in this particular instance, everything you are relying on should be made available to him. This is my argument. Else, whatever you have there becomes odious. You should not misconstrue the submissions I have made and go to the gallery. The order you provided on motion, what does it say? Today, let me refer you to some motions. Mr. Speaker, we have a motion here. Motion 10.
Honorable member, let's finish with this issue.
Well, Mr. Speaker, But Mr. Speaker, you should withdraw. I conclude.
I have heard you. I have heard you.
Mr. Speaker, you should withdraw.
I have heard you. I have heard you. Honorable Minority Chief Whip, even though you said in the light side, I think what came up went beyond what is parliamentary. Because you know what is parliamentary. If the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader had sinned against the dress code, that again should have been drawn to the attention of the Speaker or to anybody before even he was given the permission to make submissions. I don't think that the Deputy Majority Leader has sinned against the dress code, and that is why he's accepted. So you should have referred to that and described what he's wearing as a pajamas. So I want you to humbly withdraw that aspect of a light note and move on with the serious business.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to my colleague, I withdraw. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a Zongo boy. We don't get the opportunity to wear pajamas. We only see them. So when I saw what he was wearing, I don't know even why he's talking, the brand he's talking. I've never worn one. So you should kindly forgive me. It is not intentional to embarrass. I thought what I saw was like a pajamas. But since he takes a serious offense, Mr. Speaker, already myself I said it was a lighter note. I withdraw and I sincerely apologize to my colleague. I will never refer to what you are wearing as pajamas. It only looks like pajamas. Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, we had another vote of censure on the Minister for Health. It was advertised, all the details were there. I never heard my colleague raise an objection. Mr. Speaker, we had another vote of censure on the Attorney General. We stated the grounds. I never heard him say anything. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague cares to know, I refer him to Article 82(4), where, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read that a Minister of State, in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated under Clause 3 of this article, is entitled during the debate to be heard in his defense. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly shows that when we get to the matter, when the motion is going to be moved, the Minister of Finance will be invited to hear all the arguments so that he will be able to be heard in his defense. So, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing wrong with what we have, and my colleague, the Deputy Majority Leader, was just doing his own thing, much ado about nothing, and taking all our time that would have done government business and do other business. Mr. Speaker, I will urge you to rule him completely out of order, and probably, Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind, get a training program for him to go and be taught how. With this, Mr. Speaker, I invite the Speaker to rule him completely out. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you have taught us to be decorous. I will not accept such language from him to teach who or take who to which training. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Muntaka should know that if he has nothing important to say on the matter, you shouldn't try to divert to say matters that are unacceptable. He's one person who is very sensitive. Mr. Speaker, I've observed a banter majority leader on numerous occasions. He's very sensitive to words used. I am not sensitive, but I'm drawing your attention to that which you will not want to be said about you. Don't use certain words. You are a leader of this house. I have brought up an argument as to my approach to a procedure, which I think I am on fair grounds. If you disagree with me, use appropriate words to raise your opposition to my argument. Don't say to Mr. Speaker, or don't say for Hansa that I should be taken to wherever for education. With the greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, I will not accept that. He should withdraw that and apologize. He should withdraw that. If he has nothing to say, Mr. Speaker, he should say so. If he has nothing to say, he should say so. This is a house of debate.
Well, your colleague has taken a very strong objection to that aspect of he being taken to listen to be educated. And so I'm tempted to agree with him, and I think that that aspect should be withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll withdraw that and replace it with he must take his time and learn how a motion is couched in this house. Mr. Speaker, he's talking about how this motion is being couched as wrong. Mr. Speaker, clearly point to the fact that he doesn't even know how a motion is couched. And Mr. Speaker, I mean it, because if he knows how a motion is couched, there's no way he'll get up opposing how this motion has been couched. Because the standing orders, the practice, there are so many examples in the standing orders and the business that we do in this house that he will not be taking so much of our time talking about how a motion has been couched and wanting it to be only restricted to the heading. Mr. Speaker, he definitely needs to go and look at the standing orders and learn to know how a motion is couched, Mr. Speaker, because the way he's arguing clearly points to the fact that he doesn't know how a motion should be couched.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have practiced well enough in the court of this country. I have lived in this house and have been part of the practice of this house at least well enough to know how a motion is couched. But if you fail to follow the argument of your respected colleague, you are led into this darkness of misconstruing and thinking otherwise when that is not exactly the point he's making. It is clear that you didn't pay attention to my submissions. I am saying
that the motion cannot be accompanied with allegations. This is my argument. And that if you so want to rely on those allegations, there must be factual basis for so. And considering the provision under which you come, all cards must be put on the table. Because unlike other motions under 70, 78, 79, and 80, as you refer to, in this case, the requirement is that the respondent, bear in mind that this is a motion that has a respondent. There is a respondent. And that respondent, the motion says, the Constitution says, must be given the opportunity to be heard. I will not just get up and raise trivialities on the floor. I respect the rules, and that is where, when I see a lacuna, I will bring it to the attention of Mr. Speaker. When Mr. Speaker rules, I would accept it. I never even questioned the authority of Mr. Speaker in admitting the motion. That was not my argument. Yet you smuggled that one to in.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Deputy Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I'm not re-arguing.
May you resume?
But it has not been fair.
May you?
And I expect Mr. Speaker.
May you resume your seat?
Mr. Speaker, I will. I thank you.
Honorable members, the two of you are in leadership. Deputy Majority Leader and Minority Chief Whip. May you immediately after the adjournment of sitting see me in my chambers. We leave this matter and we move on to the substantive issue that has been raised. Yes, Honorable Agaluga.
Mr. Speaker, the import of the Deputy Majority Leader's submissions are twofold. One, he seeks to draw an analogy between our standing orders, specifically Order 79, with the practice and procedure in our courts. By so doing, he argues that because the motion is one of censure, a respondent, as provided for under the Constitution, and for which reason you cannot couch the motion in such a way that you are left with only allegations. So he's making the point that there ought to be some factual basis for the motion. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that there is a distinction between a motion under our orders and a motion as provided for under the rules of court. Mr. Speaker, under the rules of court, it is expressly stated that a motion must be supported by an affidavit. And what is an affidavit made of? It is made of factual depositions. That is expressly provided for under the CI 47. But, Mr. Speaker, under Order 79, mention is not made. Mention is not made. Please, Majority Leader. Nowhere is it stated that a motion must be supported with an affidavit. And so, as much as possible, when you couch a motion under Order 79, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the motion must be captured in the motion paper. And so whatever factual depositions or facts you want to allude to, you must ensure that they are captured in the motion paper. It's as simple as that. Now, if you look at this motion, one says despicable conflict of interest, ensuring that he directly benefits from Ghana's economic woes as his companies receive commissions and other unethical contractual advantage, particularly from Ghana's debt overhang. This is factual. It is factual. But the fact that this is factual does not mean that it is proven. At the debate, this fact would have to be proven by the proponents of the motion. The analogy he sought to draw, that the motion ought to be accompanied with factual depositions, is satisfied by one. Mr. Speaker, if you take two says unconstitutional withdrawals from the consolidated fund in blatant contravention of Article 178 of the 1992 Constitution. This is a factual, but not proven. The proof rests in the hands of the plenary. In the course of the debate, the supporting evidence would have to be adduced to substantiate this particular fact, which has been alluded to. Mr. Speaker, if we were to support this motion with an affidavit, the affidavit would not capture anything beyond what has been stated here. It will not capture any information other than what has been captured here. But the point I made, and I would like to restate, is that under Order 79, or motion for, as we have couched them time without number, there is no rule which requires that factual depositions be made as is done in courts of law with supporting affidavits. So with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, this motion is properly before you, and that is why you rightly admitted it. If the Deputy Majority Leader is minded, it should come by motion, substantive motion, to challenge your decision to admit.
Honorable members, the exchanges so far underscores the urgent need for this House it underscores the urgent need for Parliament to put in place a program for further education of members on the practice and procedures of the House. We need to sit together, dialogue, and exchange views on the Constitution and the standing orders. Beyond the standing orders, the rulings of speakers, and we have literature on the law and custom of Parliament. That is what, as usual said, is unknown to the courts. The fact that the concept of democracy has remained the same concept. Only practices have been different from time to time, from place to place. But in it is embedded the two duality of separation of powers and checks and balances. And for us to be able to play our role properly, we need to have continuous education on these matters. What you raise is a serious, very serious matter, to guide the House as to how to couch motions. Actually, when I received the motion as drafted and submitted to me, I took pains to go through not only the Constitution, but the detailed provisions of our standing orders. And I had to deeply consider some of these issues that you have raised and came to the conclusion that the motion was properly drafted. I also took the next step to sit with both the majority and the minority leader on this matter. We discussed it before even I admitted it and then submitted it to the clerk's office. And then a clerk who is head of the table and the chief advisor to the speaker then couch out what should constitute or what the contents of the motion should be. And so when you read the Constitution properly and then our standing orders, you see that no error has been made. Why did they say notice? A notice that has been given on the order paper is a notice to the world. And so it's notice to the minister concerned. And the minister will have to have, as you rightly stated, sufficient information as to the allegations that have been made against him, so that he could prepare. During debate, he will come to put across his defense. And that is why in the law, they talked about the grounds of the motion for censure. And you have not only to call on the members to come and listen to you to move a motion, but you should tell them what are the basis, what are the grounds for that motion. And I think exactly that is what has been done by the sponsors of the motion. I rightfully admitted it, and the notice has been given. This notice is for 7 sitting days, not 7 normal days, 7 sitting days. That's my understanding of the law. And then after that, 14 days from the receipt. Don't forget, the time is counted from the receipt of the motion by the speaker. And the receipt, definitely there will be my office stamp on the document to show that it was received in my office this day. And I'm bound by it. I cannot say that I wasn't available and I didn't see it. They will count from that day. That's 14 days. And so that is what we're going by. The minister definitely sends his notice to the public, will have sufficient basis to prepare his defense, and the minister will be given the opportunity to submit his defense during the debate. And at the end of the day, the law is clear as to the support that such a motion should get to constitute a censure. And it's not a small support, it's quite a huge support of members. We are dealing with members of parliament, not any other person. When you are talking about censorship, this is part of the power and authority of parliament. After the election, the authority and power of the people is enshrined in parliament. And whatever and whoever they've elected is given to take control until the next election. And when we fail to take this authority and power and exercise it for and on behalf of the people suffer. And that is why it's only Parliament that can impeach the president. It's only Parliament that can censure a minister, a speaker, and a deputy speaker. Nobody else. So we have the power. And you know, in those cases, you need 2/3 support of the members. And that's very serious. It's only in the case of the speaker, you need 3/4, which is more serious. So to be able to remove the referee seated here, there must be a serious conspiracy to get 3/4 to remove the referee. Because of these powers that you have, through your own terms, exercised for and on behalf of the people, elected the speaker. So the percentage is higher than the rest. And so please, honorable members, I didn't want us to go into the details of this matter, but be sure that before I admitted the motion, a lot of consideration went into it. And if there's any need for us in future to sit together and go through, because there are other earlier motions that were taken by this House. Many were not actually moved because of the usual channels of communication, the dialogue between two sides. And so this is another motion which has followed precedent. I don't want people to always say that when it is in my favor, that is good precedent. When it's against me, it's bad precedent. That definitely, you can't keep on approbating and reprobating. You can't be blowing hot and cold. And we had one of them yesterday. You know, even though I didn't directly want to say that the precedent that was set in the Erica Martins case was good law and was properly followed yesterday. But that was the import of the ruling of yesterday. It was not bad law or bad precedent. And so my honorable member of parliament for the powerful people of Windy Bay, now called Winneba. You've done well by drawing our attention, but I think the proper thing has been done, and we should leave it as it is. I know as we keep on joining, we'll do what is proper in this House. And because of this motion, you know what has happened to the state of our city. Just because people are gaining confidence that action is being taken, the city gained some value. And Parliament should be commended. It climbed from about $60 to around 13. That is a serious gain for this country, and it's because there's some confidence given to the people that action is being taken to rectify the wrongs. Please, let's play our role properly and effectively, and at the end of the day, we will all benefit from it. With this, I thank you for drawing attention to it, but in good faith, the property is being done. Yes.
Speaker.
Yes, sir.
As always, once you have made a determination, I must have a few words. And I thank you for your determination on this matter. The records would always be the reference point. So I thank you.
Having thanked you, Mr. Speaker, I would want to tease the minds of the House to another important thing which you introduced in your ruling, that when notice on our order paper is served, it's a notice to the whole world. Mr. Speaker, my view is that, considering the fact that the minister is not a member of Parliament, and the fact that even when questions are advertised, there is this transmission of communication to the minister concerned, wouldn't it be tidier, Mr. Speaker, that since this motion has its own unique characteristics, that we formally serve him this notice? But Mr. Speaker, this is my view.
What's happening to you?
If it is advertised, that is a notice to the world, and that puts him on notice. So be it. Mr. Speaker, our democracy is not ending today. Things that I'm raising that they may disagree, tomorrow it will come back and they will say that they did it.
Honorable member, I will just pray that you will be given that opportunity to serve as a minister of state, because you get to understand the procedure better. When a question is filed and is admitted by the speaker, the clerk's office transmits it straight to the speaker, to the person concerned, minister also, before publication on the order paper. That is different from this one. That is different. That is different. Please get the two. Because that time, it is not yet noticed to the world, because it's not been published. So it is submitted. And then, by the standing orders, the minister is to submit a written answer or response within 2 weeks. But because of the weakness of our public sector, we know how difficult it is to get information from the smallest unit at the district level and to transmit it through the region, to come to the national, the ministry, before the minister. It takes time. We relax those rules, and sometimes it takes a month or more for us to get the written answers. So by that time, they are giving notice. By the time we then publish the question on the order paper, the minister is aware. Now, it is you leaders who then, not under any rule, try to draw their attention that after the business committee has scheduled the meetings, that is the order of business, that you are to appear before the House to answer questions on this day. That is your business. It's just how you build relationship with your colleagues in the executive. But it's not in the standing orders of the House. So that is very different. But this one, straight away from the Constitution to our standing orders, once it's received by the Speaker, I am to admit it if it conforms to the provisions of the Constitution and the standing orders. Then the count starts. And so the only way to make sure that the minister concerned gets notice of it is to publish it in the order paper. And that is public records. And public record is record to the world. That is why even in asking questions, admissibility, we are guided as to whether it's a public record that should be known. And therefore, no need for you to ask a question on it because you should have known it yourself. That's why the speakers are guided by those rules. And so there's a difference, marked differences between the two. And I don't see why you are comparing the two. In any case, Please, let's go back to our order paper and go according to the agenda of today. But I see Deputy Majority Whip, yes.
Mr. Speaker, just for your guidance, Article 82.
Again?
Your guidance.
What did you say?
Your guidance.
For my guidance?
Yeah, I'm seeking your guidance with regards to, Mr. Speaker, seeking your guidance with regards to Article 82.4. Mr. Speaker, Article 82.4, with your permission, this states that a Minister of State in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated under Clause 3 of this article is entitled during the debate to be heard in his defense. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, like the Deputy Leader was saying, if the Minister is not properly communicated to, if in the case that he's not a Member of Parliament, then how did he appear before the House to give his defense? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What do you mean by properly communicated to? What does that mean?
Mr. Speaker, if I may assist my colleague, Mr. Speaker, we are simply saying that when a question is passed, like you rightly said, there is a transmission of the question to the minister once you admit it. Once that question is admitted, and that communication goes to the minister before the advertisement, which advertisement appears in our order paper. Mr. Speaker, the contention from the majority bench is that we are not in any way against the motion, saying that our concern is because the minister is not a member of Parliament, he is not part of our procedures. Once the question, the motion, wouldn't it be tidier? Because, Mr. Speaker, in this particular motion, specific reference is made to the minister being heard when the motion is moved. That specific provision is there that the minister must be heard. All we are asking is, Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be proper to get a communication to the minister once you admit the motion, that this motion has been admitted and it's essential motion and this is the text of the motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the view of the chair, which is well placed in the east of this chamber, is to the fact that there is no such requirement to serve the minister or put him on notice, and that the notice in our order paper is sufficient, Mr. Speaker, we go by it. We can't challenge it.
Honorable member, you know it. You can't put something on nothing. It will fall. If you could just draw my attention to any legal basis for what you are referring to as proper notice, which means this notice to a well is improper. Just draw my attention to it, then I can put the something on something so that it can stand. Just draw my attention to the law that you are referring to.
Mr. Speaker, a person to whom allegations are made against must be heard and properly heard. Mr. Speaker, it is for nothing that in our criminal jurisprudence, procedural errors are frowned at. Mr. Speaker, if we want to go on the path of substance over form, I have no problem. Mr. Speaker, I shall rely on the precedents and our rule on admissibility of questions and transmission of questions after you've admitted that authority, and navigate mutatis mutandis for same to be applied here. Why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, you have admitted
a motion, a serious constitutional matter. My contention is that once you've admitted, it would have to be advertised, which is an imperative of the Constitution. That 7 days notice and then 14 days within, which after you've received, and you took pain to take us through. All I am saying is that it would be tidier. It would have met squarely the rules of natural justice, which requires a person to be properly heard. Notice to the person is part of the rule. Proper notice, Mr. Speaker. That is why it cannot just be that, yes, I know this is not a court, but this is a house of procedure. I've already said that I'm relying on an earlier provision, and relying on it, I am saying that we can adopt it with the necessary amendment. The Speaker knows it. But if Mr. Speaker disagrees with me, I would rest my case because he is the final authority on that. All I am saying is that because the man is not a member of parliament, he is not a member of parliament, we should not apply the general rule that once we advertise here. Mr. Speaker, other than that, even when we make rulings, you make rulings, or when we pass a resolution, there will be no requirement to serve the Ministry of Finance or the appropriate ministry with that resolution. It must then be assumed that once we pass a resolution and the whole public is on notice because it will come in our hands, it is sufficient. But, Mr. Speaker, when we pass a resolution, we go a step further to transmit that communication. Although it's a practice that we engage in the eyes of the public, although our hands will capture it, that minister concerned would not assume that Parliament has just passed a resolution. Parliament would have to transmit. When we pass our appropriation bill, we transmit to Mr. President to assent it. Although Mr. President may be sitting in his office and may be observing proceedings and know that indeed Parliament has passed this law. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the basis upon which you invited me to assist. This is the basis, or these are the basis upon which I mount my argument. But, Mr. Speaker, again, if your view, which would remain superior anyway, is the case, which I will not contest it, I can only be persuasive, I would yield in obedience, and we move on. And thank you, sir.
Honorable Member, I gave you the latitude to say all what you said because of education, not only of members, but of the general public. As I sit here as Speaker in my role as presiding officer. As a presiding officer. In some places, they use the word chair. The matter you just spoke about is administrative. And I perform that role as the chair of the Parliamentary Service Board. Those submissions are submissions that could be made at the administrative level to try to draw our attention to some weakness in that system. These are not plenary matters that are raised on the floor to be debated. These are not what you just referred to. If you look at the issue of questions, there's good reason why there's ample guidance in the standing orders on admissibility of questions. It is not the same when you are dealing with issues of motions, petitions, and papers. It's not. You are using a general principle of law, mutatis mutandi. But please, you know the law again, that if the drafters of the law intended for that to be done, they would have expressly stated it in the law. Because the admissibility of questions and the admissibility of motions are not governed by the same provisions in the Constitution. Practice and procedure different. And so the Speaker is given the latitude in dealing with motions to take a lot of things into consideration, not just what is used to guide the issues of questions. There's a lot of political questions when you are dealing with motions. And that is why I told you that even before we got to this stage, I had to have discussion even with your leaders. You were not present. Because as we sit here, we just don't work for members of parliament, we work for the nation. And you measure every action that you take here, its impact and effect on the state of the nation, particularly the economy. And so please, I don't take these decisions lightly. It's not just a matter of putting it on record. Somebody could differ from my position in future depending on the context and the circumstances of the day. Seasons do change. But in present circumstances, I think this is the best thing to do for the nation. And my admission definitely is unassailable. We end it here. We move on to item 4. Statements. The Majority Chief Whip has, and he drew my attention to the agency of the statement. We also have Honorable Wayomi, who has a statement to make, and 2 other honorable members. I will allow my colleague, the second Deputy Speaker, to take the chair and listen to you, but I'm available if there's an issue. I will come back for us to discuss together. So, second Deputy Speaker to take the chair, but Majority Chief Whip, you can start with your statement.
Speaker, I'm grateful for the space granted. The Speaker, in November 2022, the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt will host the 27th conference of the parties of the UNCCC, and this is called the COP27, with a view to building on previous successes and paving the way for future ambition to effectively tackle the global challenge of climate change. Nicknamed the African COP, COP27 is set to build on previous successes and serve as an opportunity for stakeholders to effectively tackle the global challenge of climate change and pave the way for future ambitions. Speaker, African countries continue to disproportionately face the brunt of climate change, although they contribute little to it. The event also comes as the continent reels from several extreme weather events, such as droughts and destructive floods, thus increasing the threat of food insecurity. Speaker, Africa contributes 3% to greenhouse gas emissions, but suffers disproportionately from its negative impacts. Statistics indicate that in the last 5 years, rains have been rare in Cape Verde, an island on the Central Atlantic Ocean, whereas in Mauritania...
Member, second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Whereas in Mauritania, vast areas have been deserted because of lack of rain. Speaker, the African Development Bank Group, acting Chief Economist and Vice President Kevin Urema, emphasized that Africa has been losing from 5 to 15% of its GDP per capita growth because of climate change and its related impacts, but needs about $1.6 trillion between 2022 and 2030 to meet its nationally determination contributions, or the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions. Speaker, Africa today loses between $7 billion and $15 billion a year to climate change. And if these mechanisms remain the same, it will be $50 billion a year by 2030. Africa doesn't have access to the financing it needs to adapt to climate change and meet nationally determined contributions. By 2030, Africa will need about 1.3 to 1.6 trillion as estimated. Speaker, according to the International Food Policy Research Institute, by 2050, climate change will lead to higher temperatures and mixed rainfall, leading to changes in crop yields and growth in the agriculture sector. Higher food prices, less availability of land, and increased child malnutrition. Warming in sub-Saharan Africa is expected to be higher than the global average, and many regions of the continent will get less rainfall. Reduced rainfall will be particularly devastating in these countries that are heavily dependent on rain for agricultural production. With Africa's rate of population growth, food supply will be hard priced to keep up with demand. Speaker, adaptation is Africa's biggest challenge. The big question thus lies, how do you adapt to what you didn't cause? In the years to come, preparing for the impact of climate change, known as climate change adaptation, will be essential for African nations. Adaptation Gap Report 2020 found that while nations have advanced in planning and implementing adaptation projects, huge gaps remain, especially in finance for developing countries. Speaker, one approach to adaptation which is rapidly gaining traction is nature-based solutions. These draw on the systems of the natural world to overcome the challenges wrought by climate change, and their benefit can be huge. For example, a report by the UN Environment Programme in 2021 indicates that protecting forests and mangroves alone could prevent some $500 billion in yearly climate-related losses. Going forward into COP27, Speaker, we must deliver climate adaptation finance at scale. The AFDB and the Global Center on Adaptation developed and rolled out what's called the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, which is to mobilize some $25 billion in climate adaptation finance for Africa. It is the largest ever effort on adaptation in Africa or even globally. Speaker, climate change in Africa is increasingly serious threat and hence categorizes Africa as one of the most vulnerable continents to the effect of climate change. This vulnerability is driven by a range of factors that include weak adaptation capacity, high dependence on ecosystem goods for livelihoods, and let's develop agricultural production systems. The risks of climate change on agriculture production, security, water, resources, ecosystem, services will likely have increased severe consequences on lives and sustainable development prospects on the continent. Speaker, climate change will increasingly impact Africa due to many factors. These impacts are already being felt and will increase in magnitude if action is not taken to reduce the global carbon emissions. The impacts include higher temperatures, droughts, changing rainfall patterns, and increased climate variability. These conditions have a bearing on energy production and consumption. The recent drought in many African countries, which has been linked to climate change, adversely affected both energy security and economic growth across the continent. Speaker, it is a known fact that African Union, through its renewable energy initiative, is working towards transformative, African-owned and African-led inclusive efforts to accelerate and scale up the harnessing of the continent's huge renewable energy potential. That targets to generate some 300 GW of renewable energy by the year 2020. Speaker, nonetheless, external input in achieving these priorities can be obtained if the African energy transition strategy is clearly mapped out. The issue of being African-owned will be adequately addressed. Speaker, through recent discussions, at a meeting in which I participated, I, together with a group of members of parliament from other countries, deliberated on Africa's priorities in the current challenging geopolitical context in preparation towards COP27 in Italy. And these came up, amongst others, as action points. Speaker, capacity building for local population on energy transition, including the role they can play. This should sensitize the population on national and sub-national level on the advantages of renewable energy and efficiency practices and opportunities for their engagement. Speaker, create and strengthen African-EU partnership for renewables. African leaders need to foster partnership with the European Union that will prioritize sustainable investments and technologies to enhance renewable energy development in Africa. This should catalyze just and inclusive energy transition in the region. Speaker, in conclusion, as the focus of energy transition is shifted towards resilient policy framework designs, members of parliament should be empowered to take a frontal role in the climate diplomacy and governance strategies of especially developing African countries. This should be seen in collaborative climate policy enactments that create a holistic African climate policy regime that prioritizes similar energy transition projects to attain a net effect. And Speaker, now the narrative is focusing on developing the African-owned piece of legislation. And we are reliably informed that our neighbors, Nigeria, have passed the Climate Act. Kenya have done the same. Uganda has also followed suit. I want to use this opportunity and the space granted, Speaker, to make a clarion call on this August House that it's time for us to rally around the call for Ghana to develop its own piece of legislation that will eventually deal and address the ravaging effects of climate change, which is becoming very telling and reflecting in all spheres of life. Thankfully, the causal agents of climate change, scientists have confirmed that human factors contribute 90%. And in conclusion, Speaker, I want to say that once human factors constitute 90% of the causal effect. Humans have an important and audacious role to play for the continents, the Earth as a continent, to resolve the challenges and the ravages of climate change. We are privileged to host, Africa is privileged to host another COP in Egypt, and it's a real opportunity for us to confirm our position and decision when it comes to climate finance and to deal with losses and damage. Speaker, thank you for the space granted, and I urge my colleagues to contribute in the statement just delivered. I'm grateful for the space.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me firstly invite the lady, member for Kolikoti.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by Honourable Anodompre on issues relating to the climate. Indeed, Africa is responsible for only 2% of the emissions, and yet disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change. And based on this alone, it is quite clear that whatever support that the EU and other more industrialized nations are going to give towards the countries in Africa, it is more than just an idea of profit for them. It's a moral responsibility for those who are contributing more towards the pollution of our planet, have a greater responsibility to ensure that they are supporting lesser industrialized nations to actually have access to affordable and simple technology that is in the interest of preserving our climate. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the drive towards renewable energy and technology must not be one that is so expensive that it becomes an abstract concept for the average person in our various countries. And if we are really to have greater access given to our various constituents, Mr. Speaker, the current model that exists of government-to-government cooperation on climate-related matters, which overemphasizes the role of the executive at the expense of members of parliament, needs to be looked at again. Because every member of parliament here is representative of a part of this country and of their constituents. And we have direct contact with our constituents and have a very vested interest in ensuring that technology and the necessary resources towards mitigating the effects of climate change are made accessible to our constituents. Mr. Speaker, to add to what my honourable colleague mentioned, the Climate Act in Uganda, interestingly enough, is such that no budget of any ministry, department or agency can have parliamentary approval without having gone through the specifics of its impact on climate change and how it's contributing to mitigate this effect. And interestingly enough, the same applies for gender mainstreaming, where budgets that are coming before the parliament in Uganda cannot be given approval unless they satisfy the criteria for gender mainstreaming as well. Mr. Speaker, as we look towards COP27, which is round the corner, it is my prayer that we will fight for this continent to ensure that we do not become the bottom of the food chain yet again, as we have been in the whole drive in fossil fuel energy. Mr. Speaker, the equity that we seek in terms of renewable and green energy must be one that makes it fair and that makes it just for all people across the continent of Africa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes. Let me come to Western Region Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to thank the maker of the statement for this positive note on climate change. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the text and the contribution, you come to realize that we are told that Africa causes only 2, 3, and sometimes in literature 4% of the problems with climate change. Clearly, what it means is that if Africa has to borrow for adaptation in the climate agenda, then that money should not, I believe, should not come from Africa. In fact, it should be coming from those who are causing the problems. Mr. Speaker, if you take coastal Ghana, virtually all the coastal protection work that we are doing is being funded from our own oil revenues in this country. Who are the rising sea level caused by the high temperatures are not caused by us in Africa. So why should we be using our hard-earned oil money to be financing these coastal protection programs, when in fact the rise in sea levels, the amount of carbon that are being put into the atmosphere are caused by those outside or the industrialized nations? I believe that it is time for a climate change reparation from those who have been causing it. Because if we are causative of only 2%, 3%, 4%, why should we be spending our money doing these things? So I believe that we need to make a huge demand on the industrialized nation for causing this mess that is creating a global crisis for all of us. Mr. Speaker, I also do believe that one of the things that we need to be looking at is that today we talk about energy transitions. And with all the African countries that have oil resources, gas resources, and the like, are being told to turn to other energy sources. It's good. But we need to do it such that we can benefit from these resources. And at the same time, not only being made as users of other people's technologies and systems, but rather we should also create our own technologies and systems in our own country so that we can get the value of these inventions instead of always using other people's resources. For instance, how come that when we talk about solar street lights, we are always importing them from other places? We should be developing our own solar street lights. How come if we want to even do wind turbines, we have to be importing them from other places? Our universities here should be given a mandate to start looking at these technologies so they can develop it for us, and then we can keep the value in our countries as Africans. And in Ghana especially, we cannot continue to be waiting on other people's technologies and always using our hard-earned dollars to be importing from other people, when we also have the same engineers that can create these for us. I believe that one of the biggest opportunities we have in this whole energy transition is the sun. In fact, we have it virtually 18 hours a day. Unfortunately, we are not putting that to good use. When we talk about glass, we talk about panels, we can easily develop these things in our universities and our industries here in this country. And I therefore want to use this opportunity to call on the Association of Ghana Industry, the Chamber of Commerce, to come together, and the universities to come together to deliver these technologies that we can seriously use in this country to make sure that we are able to do so. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, all I want to say is that we should not use our own hard-earned money to do this, because those causing these problems, 90% comes from the industrial nation, and they have to pay for it. Secondly, I do believe that we need to start developing our own technologies so that we don't become a contributor of more than 4% going forward from now, and therefore we need to create our own technologies so that our people can use it. And like the speaker said, 90% of the problems with climate change are human-centered. And that's why I believe that the government policy of making sure that people do not mine in forest areas as a red zone should be taken seriously. And I also do believe that where they have been mined already, those responsible, especially the small-scale mining industries members, should be encouraged to go back, reclaim those land, and replant them so that they become carbon sinks to capture the carbon dioxide that has been put out there to create increased temperatures in the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to it.
Let him come to Bia East.
I think, Mr. Speaker, you mean Bia West.
Bia West. Dr.
Maybe
Temia.
one day you get it right. Bia West.
Bia West, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is interesting to hear the maker of the statement and his own personal participation in the processes that he is alluding to with regard to the bigger picture of climate change and its effect on our societies. As we prepare for COP27, the world is going to come together, statements are going to be made. For us, at the very bottom, the grassroots level of society, This is extremely important because the challenges we have continue to divest us of the interests we have and increasingly makes life much more difficult. For farmers in Bia West, farmers in Bia East, Dwaboso district, Bodi, Akontomra, these were bread baskets of Ghana, food production, abundance, and especially our main cash crop, cocoa. Interestingly, these crops are dying and the land is no longer fertile. All the scientists are telling us is because of climate change. Indeed, it is extremely important for us to really get solutions that are sustainable, because what is happening is these changes are affecting the normal pattern of rain and the normal pattern of sunshine that are needed by different crops to thrive. As a result of that, it is increasingly difficult for these farmers to succeed. And when they don't succeed at that end, it affects the rest of our agricultural life in our country. And so when we are looking at rain-fed grain, rain-fed cocoyam, yams, and all the other crops that we depend upon, and now the rain pattern cannot be predictable, that we have a rainy season, we have a dry season, and the rain is coming everywhere, is affecting us adversely. And much more, as that occurs, the implications are abundant, even for town and urban planning. We have so many places that are flooding unpredictably. We didn't know any of these things will happen. The calendar that we have for farmers to plant at a certain time and for harvest to occur at certain times, and maybe maize can be raised 2 or 3 times in the year, are all unpredictable. For us that are not involved very much in irrigation to produce food, if we can predict when we will plant, and therefore to have abundant rain in order for the crops to grow, or to have too much grain that destroy our farms, then we are not going anywhere. It will mean that a farmer in a village in Adesu is going to still depend on imports from China. We're going to depend on food from Vietnam in order to survive. The current market situation doesn't augur well for us. So with our growth in population and the needs, with our challenges that we have in the consumption levels, all of those things go back to the pattern of the climate. And therefore the changes for the better would ensure that we have a better society where resources critical for our survival are available. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about that, then we need to focus on educating our citizenry so that we appreciate the impacts. Of course, we have alluded to the fact that it's only 2% of emissions that are produced in Africa. But when you take a green map of Africa in 1970 compared to 2020, 40 years difference, you will find that 50 years difference, you will find that it was green all the way almost to Egypt. Today, all the Sahara areas are all brown because everything is dying out. The heat level is high. We are forced to use air conditions in situations where we didn't have to. Implicitly, we need a lot of education for this to happen, so that we can survive in our context and be able to thrive. So, Mr. Speaker, the concern raised by the maker of the statement is critical, and as we prepare for CAP 27, we pray the House and the community at large that whether it is legislation, whether it is enactment of different policies, that must all come together for us to respond responsibly so that the society we have will be one that we'll be happy to live in. With these words, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me lastly come to Medina.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me also add my voice to congratulate the maker of this statement. Indeed, it's a very, very timely statement and a very important statement, because matters of climate change are becoming matters of national security and must be taken very seriously. Right Honourable Speaker, the National Security Strategic Report that was published by the Ministry of National Security had this to say about climate change. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I quote, it says that the consequences of climate change tend to amplify the impact of existing national security risks that endanger the security of humans, ecosystems, the economy, infrastructure, and societies as a whole, as it worsens the risk of food insecurity and malnutrition and increases the frequency and intensity of disasters such as drought, floods, storms, which in turn have adverse effect on livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, the issues of climate change are today very serious issues of national security, and that is why I back the calls to enact a climate change act that will assemble all the efforts of the state in one piece of legislation as a response to matters of climate change. Mr. Speaker, anytime you talk about climate change, it's so easy for you to look at climate change as a foreign concept. But what we are experiencing today as a people are all issues or effects of climate change. Like my colleague contributed earlier, today we don't know, the rain patterns that we have as a people. We used to have clear rainy seasons and we have dry seasons. As we speak today, we can't say for a fact when we are experiencing dry season or when we are experiencing rainy season. And now, even when the rains come, they are more intense. When the sun comes, it's more intense. So clearly, the effect of climate change is already here with us. And that is why it is important that we take this very seriously. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the obligation imposed on every citizen in the 1992 Constitution, it's an obligation that extends to protection of our environment, which extends to the need for proactive action towards climate change. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I want to read Article 41 of the Constitution. It says that the exercise and enjoyment of the rights and freedoms in respect, the exercise of our rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen, K, to protect and safeguard the environment. It is the duty of every citizen to protect and safeguard the environment. Mr. Speaker, you cannot protect and safeguard the environment if you are not willing to take proactive steps to address matters of climate change. And that is why I again back the cause by one of our colleagues in respect of the illegal mining issues of galamsey. Now, the effect of this illegal mining on our environment can be exacerbated when the effect of climate change comes really on us as a people. And so the matters of climate change is a matter of collective survival. If we are willing to fight to survive together, then this is the time for us to come together to enact that very important Climate Change Act, so that we can provide a clear policy direction as to how we address matters of climate change as a country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement.
Yes, let him give the very last slot to member for Trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for now, the iceberg portion in the ocean has no use.
But you see, the challenge is that because of the climate change, that it is melting. When it gets melted, and we are now seeing the rare marine space, now countries will begin to fight for that space. For now, it seems not to have any use because it's an iceberg, and therefore the marine space isn't there. But I'm telling you, the moment it gets completely melted and it's created the space for the marine space, countries will now begin to fight for that space. And the high tides are coming, and our landing beaches are being lost. Mr. Speaker, you see, the issue is about what are we doing to ensure that in our jurisdiction as a country, we can do our best to minimize or mitigate the risk of climate change. I hope by now we've really identified the risk areas. And if we identify the risk areas, then there should be a cogent plan to mitigate the risk areas. And Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement mentioned mangroves. And mostly mangroves are found in lagoons and estuaries. And we all know the purpose of mangroves. Mr. Speaker, what is the status of our lagoons and our estuaries right now? And it is this reason why, in trying to revise the 2008 Fisheries and Aquaculture Policy, we've made lagoon a stand-alone focal area to ensure that we will bring lagoons back to life. The mangroves will come back. It becomes a hiding space for fish to spawn. Mr. Speaker, SDG 14, life under the ocean or life under the sea, is hugely challenged because of the climate change. And I believe where we are now, we should begin to look at species that can be resistant to the new climatic changes that we're facing. Mr. Speaker, as a result, there are resources available for each country to utilize. For now, that we are also the God-given resources given to us in the hydrocarbons. And if you look at the decision being taken for electrical cars and all, at each stage of the industrial revolution, and at this stage of whatever revolution that is coming in terms of economics and development, Africa is at the losing end. Mr. Speaker, I think that we must have our own strategic plan and stand by it. When you come to the vegetable area, Mr. Speaker, we've lost already the smooth cayenne because we did not have a firm position. We allow ourselves to be led into accepting the MD2, which now technologically we cannot culture and grow it. And we've thrown away the smooth cayenne, the best species, the best that can be used to blend and develop pineapple juice out of it. I foresee the same thing going to happen. That if we are not careful and derive the risk areas and have a mitigation plan that we can stand by it as a country, we will be found wanting. Mr. Speaker, our own actions and activity has broken the ecosystem. The ecosystem is an interdependent system. And if you take even an iota out of that cycle, it becomes a challenge to repair. It's a good statement made, and I think that we must all pay attention to our environment and then also make sure we mitigate the consequence of the climate change. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me take the second statement from Honorable Member for South Dong, Honorable Kwabena Mensah Oyomi. to eulogize the late ex-corporal Prince Amati. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to eulogize the fallen hero who contributed his quota to boxing in Ghana. The late Prince Amati was born on 25th June 1944 in Ho, in the Volta region, to Mr. Kwashi Amati, a native of Big Adan, and Madam Janet Agrippa of Aduvivi clan from Ho, both deceased.
Mr. Speaker, the late Prince Amati had his basic and secondary education in Ho and enrolled in the Ghana Armed Forces in the early 1960s and served to the rank of a corporal till his premature retirement in the mid-1970s. As a young, bubbling, energetic man, Prince had passion for sports and honed his skills in the pugilist game.
His passion, commitment, and excellent displays endeared him to the handlers of the national team, Black Bombers, and was invited to join greats like Clement I. Corte Sr., Eddie Blaze Sr., Joe Dake, Dodo Wellington, Jojo Miles, Thomas Arimi, Alassane Brahima, Casey Ai, Sami Abe, Eko Crane, Amu Amos Ajao, Sule Shitu, Aaron Papula, among others, to form a formidable team to represent Ghana at major international competitions. Africa, Commonwealth, and Olympic Games. An era Ghana was adjudged best boxing nation in the Commonwealth with regards to laurels and medals won. Mr. Speaker, Prince Amati started his boxing career at the light middleweight division, where he participated in the maiden All-African Games, now known as the African Games, in 1965 in Congo-Brazzaville, and won a gold medal, and also won bronze at the 1968 Games in Dakar, Senegal. He was part of Ghana's team to the 1966 and 1970 Commonwealth Games in Kingston, Jamaica, and Edinburgh in Scotland, respectively, but didn't win a medal. Lost his opening bout to Patrick Doherty of Northern Ireland at the 1970 Games. Prince Amati also participated in the World Armed Forces Games in 1971, Rotterdam, Netherlands, where he moved up as middleweight. Former Youth and Sports Minister, His Excellency Major Retired Amaka Matthew, and late former President Jerry John Rawlings served as the managers of the Armed Forces boxing team then. Mr. Speaker, ex-Corporal Prince Amati won a bronze medal for Ghana in 1972 Olympic Games in Munich, Germany, where he represented the country's third medal at the Global Sports Meet. His record stood for 20 years before the Olympic football team, the Black Meteors, replicated it with another bronze in 1992 in Barcelona, Spain, and featherweight Samuel Techi winning bronze at the last Olympic Games in Tokyo, Japan
in individual sports for the nation. Mr. Speaker, despite the significant achievement of ex-Corporal Prince Amate towards boxing in Ghana, he lived a miserable life and took up menial jobs just to survive after he left the Ghana Army in 1974 due to health challenges. This is a sad situation indeed, although there were some interventions by the Ghana Armed Forces and Ho-based Social Club 50 that helped his situation. These were still not enough for a person who fought to raise the flags of Ghana that high. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we must begin to name and reward our heroes when they are alive and ensure they have a peaceful and joyful end. As amateurs, it's a known fact that they don't earn much to live on after retirement from the game. It is in this regard that the state, through the Ministry of Youth and Sport, must put together a package to cater for their needs. The trend of neglecting all who have fought for this country at a point in time, particularly amateur boxers, must surely end. Mr. Speaker, ex-Corporal Prince Amate died on 23rd September 2022 at age 78 and will be laid to rest this weekend, the 28th of October 2022, at the new military cemetery, Burma Camp. I therefore place a humble call on government to give the family the needed support for a befitting burial for our fallen hero. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. I will invite two contributors. Yes. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Baba.
I want to commend the maker of this statement, which is a tribute to the late ex-Corporal Prince Amate. Mr. Speaker, if you go into the records, he won a bronze medal in 1972 in Munich, West Germany. Mr. Speaker, it took Ghana another 50 years. 50 years for boxing to re-establish its name in the annals of the Olympic Games by winning another bronze medal in the Japan Olympics in the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, the reason for the decline in sports is because we do not honor our heroes and rights. Mr. Speaker, the late Corporal Prince Amate virtually died as a pupa, but for the fact that the Ghana Armed Forces, through its battalion in Ho, rehabilitated him with a shopping center, Prince Amate was virtually living on the streets. Mr. Speaker, 50 years, half a century, for us to get an Olympic medal in boxing is quite a disgraceful trend. Ghana was once adjudged the best boxing nation in the Commonwealth, but we could not sustain this accolade because of our poor administration in the management of sportsmen and women to become role models for the future of the youth in sports. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that others who have not even reached that status of bringing honors to this country are even treated better
than our sportsmen and women. It is also a fact that an attempt was made in the past to establish an endowment fund for sportsmen and women, but that has not been able to go beyond the date that it was announced, and it died prematurely. It is now time that we look at our heroes in sports and honor them by establishing an endowment fund funded by the government, corporate bodies. The national lotteries, for instance, can be one. Ghana National Petroleum Corporation can also be one. And then other bodies can support through annual fundraising activities. Mr. Speaker, as we mourn the late Corporal Prince Amati, this endowment fund can be named after him, which will then become the avenue through sports awards and then also the payment of pensions to our sportsmen and women. The Ministry of Youth and Sports has a big task to play in this role, and I urge the Minister to set up a committee to look at rewarding our sportsmen and women anytime that they bring honors to this country. Otherwise, all our efforts in investment in sports will be like putting water in a basket and then it will go down the drain. 50 years, half a century for boxing to produce a medal at the Olympic Games is a big disgrace to our nation, which was once touted as the best sporting country in the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the statement presented by my colleague, who is my ranking member on sports, for the late Prince Amati. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. On that note, we bring statement time to a close, and I would like to thank the makers as well as contributors to both statements. Where is leadership? Available leader? Any indication?
Mr. Speaker, I think once the statements are over, then it behoves on us to move to a motion.
Well. Yes, available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the substantive leaders are not around. We are only holding the fort, and we cannot move any motion if they are not here. So I will expect, don't vacate the seat. My brother, Honorable, please come back. So, if it is in your bosom, so we can continue with business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think the leadership, both sides agree that we take motion 7 and 8. So I will invite members to page 2. That is now public business. Page 2. Page 2. Item listed 7. Motion. May I invite the chairman of the committee to move the motion.
So, Mr. Speaker,
Coincidentally, I happen to be the chairman for the committee which is supposed to move the motion. And I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion listed 7 on the order paper, page 2, that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprise on the audited financial statement of Ghana Cocoa Board for the 2019-2020 financial year. And in doing so, I want to present the committee's report. I want the answer department to capture the entire report as having been read, as I draw this honorable House attention to some of the observations, especially at paragraph 34 of the committee's report. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I want to read.
Chairman, hold on. Have you distributed the report? I don't have a copy.
The report was, Mr. Speaker, it was distributed this morning, and members have the copy. It's yesterday and today it was distributed.
Very well. Honourable Member, you may contribute. You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, on the paragraph 34 of the committee's report, with your permission, I say that I read. The committee is of the view that the board must begin to wean itself off the rituals of syndication. The committee believes that the proceeds from the living income differential agreed between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire on the one hand and buyers on the other, amounting to $400 per ton, should be escrowed to accommodate the required capital to fund purchases in about 5 years. The LID receives on the average production of 800,000 tons per year should amount to $320 million a year and should generate the required amount to replace the expensive syndication loans if prudentially managed in an escrow account. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee believes that without radical management decision to halt the breeding of the cocoa board, its chances of remaining as an going concern are slim. The committee urges the government to honor its debt obligations to the board and explore ways of improving the working capital of the Ghana Cocoa Board. After thorough examination, the audited financial statement of Ghana Cocoa Board for the 2019-2020 financial year, the committee recommends to the House the approval of this report. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Very well. The ranking Honourable Dr. Kabradongo.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second and support the report of the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State-owned Enterprises. But in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight a few issues. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has been producing cocoa for over 100 years, over a century of cocoa production. And yet, if you look at the report, between 2018 and 2020, Mr. Speaker, 98% of the revenue that came to the Cocoa Board came from cocoa beans, with only 2% coming from processed cocoa. Mr. Speaker, for a country, a developing country that wants to leap into the developed nation category, manufacturing is a critical ladder. And especially for a country that has a young population coming out of school, jobs will have at least 40% of its cocoa. We will not only increase the revenue generated from the industry, but we will also be increasing avenues available for employment, available for innovation, available for financial expansion and financial inclusion. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is of great concern that Cocoa Board, having been in existence for over 60 years, still does not encourage the processing of cocoa and therefore denying Ghana the opportunity of value addition. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to know that the short-term liabilities of Cocoa Board exceeds its short-term assets. In any other business, this is an indicator of bankruptcy. In any other business, it's an indication of bankruptcy. When your short-term liabilities exceed your short-term assets by as much as 25%. Mr. Speaker, this is totally unacceptable. It epitomizes financial mismanagement. It epitomizes commercial incompetence and ineptitude, that our leading agency can operate at such abysmal performance levels that its short-term liabilities are greater than its short-term assets by as much as a whopping 25%, Mr. Speaker. Cocoa Board has been run so poorly that this House cannot take the issue lightly. If you look at our report 20 on page 5, if you look at the profitability assessment of Cocoa Board, you will find an average negative profitability of 10% per annum. Mr. Speaker, for the last 5 years or so, Cocoa Board has consistently run at a loss. This used to be one of our blue chip agencies. Today, it is running consistently at a loss. Mr. Speaker, not only is Cocoa Board running at a loss, and therefore, in terms of profitability, Cocoa Board is unprofitable today, but it is also so grossly mismanaged that whilst making losses for the last couple of years consistently, Cocoa Board is paying bonus to its staff for making losses. This could be akin to loose ball.
Mr. Speaker, it is an indictment on our conscience as a nation. At the committee sitting, when we raised the issue, the chief executive's reply, because of the conditions of service they had set. So we asked whether these conditions of service were set by a regulator or by any external body. Mr. Speaker, no. They set the targets, internal targets, meet the target, low targets they set, pay bonus to themselves whilst making losses and reducing the equity of the Ghanaian state in the institution. Mr. Speaker, this is totally unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, the chairman alluded to the continuous dependence on syndicated loans. Mr. Speaker, the LID that the chairman referred to yields $400 a ton on an average of 600,000 tons a year. Mr. Speaker, if we reduce the quantum of syndication by this every year, if this year we are taking 1.3 billion in syndicated loans, expensive syndicated loans, if we reduce it to 20 million, which is what comes from the LID, in 5 years or less, we will not have any syndicated loan. We will have built up our own ability to buy cocoa, save the huge cost of syndication and the interest thereof. Mr. Speaker, I recommend that this House should take this so seriously. Mr. Speaker, for lack of time, I will want to wind up by saying that Ghana Cocoa Board today, if it were a private company, would have been declared bankrupt. And therefore, this House, as the representatives of the sovereign people of Ghana, must not take this lightly. We have to save the cocoa industry. Mr. Speaker, I am the son of a cocoa farmer. And cocoa contributed to the building of so many institutions in Ghana, including the University of Ghana. The University of Ghana was built on the sweat of cocoa farmers. A lot more people went to school on cocoa board scholarships. Cocoa has served this country well. But our generation, our time in office as members of parliament, it is our time for us to save cocoa board and the cocoa industry from self-inflicted destruction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me invite a member for Manson Kwanta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to contribute to this report on Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, looking at the financial statement of Cocoa Board, it was clearly demonstrated that Cocoa Board is becoming one of the shining stars of the country, but however, it is now become one of the symptoms where public institutions are always making losses. Mr. Speaker, even though Cocoa Board revenue from sales of cocoa beans was going up year by year from 2018 to 2020, when we look at their expenditure, that is the operational cost, it was increasing at a dynamic rate that no serious profits were made by Cocoa Board. On that note, you realize that Cocoa Board is not adding any serious value to the Ghanaian economy and contribute towards the elimination of this country from financial problems and challenges. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the administrative cost of Cocoa Board, it shows clearly that the Cocoa Board is not managing its administrative expenditure very well. On that note, you may realize when the ranking member was making reference to payment of bonuses in the midst of losses. If you look at the liquidity position of the company, it also shows that the company is seriously doing overtrading, whereby it has more than current liabilities than the current asset. That will help the company or the board to do well. Mr. Speaker, in the area of solvency, it looks like the Cocoa Board is more financed from debt capital than internal revenue reserves enriching profits, and then their main capital. Even though they were talking about the company making good use of their staff by meeting their standard just ensure control of costs, but doesn't ensure effectiveness. It is time that Cocoa Board and other public entities look into strategic cost reduction issues to help them reduce their cost of operation to be effective and efficient in controlling and conducting their affairs, to contribute enough towards workers, the stakeholders, the government, and the people of Ghana. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I may want to reiterate that the House takes steps in line with other firms of public enterprises to institute strategies of cost reduction, not necessarily meeting your standard, but actually making sure that you beat the competition. Very soon, we will be competing with other countries in terms of making sales cocoa. If we help China trying to come into the industry, that means that you have to be serious. Let's put together strategies to reduce our cost of operations and put cocoa bread on sound footing and beat the competition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to Savdai.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion to adopt the report by the committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me draw attention to some aspects of the report. Mr. Speaker, it is rather sad that per this report, as a country, our sale in terms of processed beans is dwindling. It has dwindled from 98.6%, that's in 2018, to 98.4% in 2019, and 99.3%. What it means is that we are processing less than 1% of all the beans that we produce and sell in this country. And the question is, what has been the impact of 1D, 1F in this matter? Mr. Speaker, per this report, page 4, it is stated that in 2018, the value of processed cocoa products was 127 million Ghana cedis, which, Mr. Speaker, given the exchange rate at the time, roughly translates to about $40 million. Mr. Speaker, now in 2019, the value of our processed cocoa products was 151 million Ghana cedis, translating again, given the exchange rate at the time, to about 40 million. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, this dwindled to 74 million Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, given the rate of 6.8 to the dollar at the time, this was less than $30 million. So even though it appears that in terms of the value in terms of CD of the processed cocoa products that we export, we process and sell, went appreciated in 2019, in real terms, we lost in terms of the dollar revenue. And the situation became worse in 2020. And these are the true indicators of the state of the economy. If we are unable to spend trees that can process the product by creating employment, the multiplier effect, Mr. Speaker, of expending public money in doing this is nearly zero. So I am anxious to see the 2021 report and see whether there was an appreciation or there was a further deterioration. Mr. Speaker, as a House, we should be so much concerned that when we give Cocoa Board the authority to syndicate loans and purchase cocoa beans, efforts must be made to process at least half in this country. Mr. Speaker, government by deliberate policy is giving school children hot chocolate one day, and yet we are not processing the cocoa beans. So where are we getting the chocolate to give to our children? It means we are buying from abroad. It means that we are buying the cocoa, the chocolate, the hot chocolate that we are giving to our children a day in school. We are buying the processed product from abroad. That can only be the reasonable implication. Because the impact of the deliberate policy to feed our children with hot chocolate, one day, one hot chocolate a day, is for us to spend money and process the beans so that there would not be capital flight. Mr. Speaker, one other thing I want to draw the House attention to is that this report indicates that all the excessive amounts of money this House approved for the Ministry of Agri and Cocoa Affairs to improve the cocoa farms by spraying, by cutting, by all that, and also irrigating the farm so that yields can be multiplied. The effect is that we are not seeing the impact of those deliberate policies. Mr. Speaker, when every year we have budgetary allocations time, they are approved and amounts are allocated, this is how we are gauging the outcome of those policies that we implement. And as a House, Mr. Speaker, we need to be concerned because the government, again by deliberate policy, is revamping cocoa farms even in the Volta region. And my district, Southern, we are part of that program. But if the end result is that we buy the beans and we just ship the beans abroad, then the chain, then those who are supposed to be in the chain will not benefit. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that one other thing the report pointed to was that the board again noted that staff bonuses were paid for indications clearly showing that the company was not making profit. And it is shocking that a company that is not making profits will be paying staff bonus. That is why no wonder the recommendation is that going forward, the company must pay bonuses only when they make profits. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I urge the House to adopt the report as was laid recently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to a member for Asante Achim North. But before you begin, let me indulge you that the time has passed 2 o'clock mark, and I will ask you to indulge me to extend sitting beyond the normal hours. I hope you indulge me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the warning.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, let's hear you.
I thank you very much for the warning. I'm going to be very brief, but to thank you also for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. Mr. Speaker, from what my colleagues have indicated in this House, there is a need to beef up our value addition intentions. Unfortunately, everybody seems to appreciate the fact that we need to increase the proportion that goes into value addition, save that the focus for which we are seeking intervention is probably wrong. I have been part of an export processing program in Ghana, and the indications that I'm picking from there, and I have picked from there in the past, is that everybody expects government to go into agro-processing or value addition programs. But it is an opportunity for the nation, and for that matter, the citizens of Ghana, to put resources together to go into processing of such commodities. Indeed, if you look at the record of companies processing cocoa in Ghana, most of these companies are foreign-owned, most of them. The only one that is probably not foreign-owned is that was put up by Ghana Cocoa Marketing Board itself. The purpose of establishing the Cocoa Marketing Board is not to go into cocoa processing, but it is to offer stable prices for farm gates. And for that matter, the Cocoa Marketing Board's position within the value chain is to ensure that farmers get good reward for their produce, and also ensure that they have market in Ghana and outside Ghana for the produce that comes from the farming gates. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana now, from 2000 up to 2009, that I was part of the export processing zone, companies that located in Ghana into cocoa processing were all foreign. And indeed, that increased the threshold of value addition in cocoa processing very much by maybe 15%. Beyond 2010, 2011, we haven't seen any new cocoa processing companies emerging on the horizon. The last one that I can remember is the one at Kasi, for which I was even part of commissioning. One in Takoradi, which was commissioned also in 2009, continues to produce from Western region. The one that we came to inherit in 2000, that was WAMCO, is also not even operating properly. So, Mr. Speaker, the problem is not to find processing companies promoted by government. The problem is to generate interest in the Ghanaian investors to put investments together to go into cocoa processing. In fact, the revenue stream shows that the profit margin is in processing, not in the farming and harvesting of cocoa, not in the export of cocoa, but it's in the value addition. So I think all of us must be very aggressive in promoting the Ghanaian content in the value addition. That is where the problem is. Unfortunately, by our culture, we don't believe in working together. We believe in owning enterprises by ourselves. And that, again, the investment requirement is heavy. So one person is difficult for you to do. But let's see if we here will lead the charge and encourage people to come into processing of cocoa. And therefore, if all of us put our heads together and do it, it will be an ingenious approach if some of us here will come together as partners to go into cocoa processing. Probably our capacities and backgrounds would be maybe the insurance to be able to secure investable capital. Mr. Speaker, the problem is with Ghanaians. We must take the opportunity as presented. Otherwise, the foreigners who come here to take the opportunity, they will profit from the cocoa industry. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute.
Very well. Honorable Eric Opoku, because you heard about cocoa, you rushed in. I saw you coming, running, because you heard about cocoa. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to thank the chairman of the committee and indeed the entire committee for the fair and objective
assessment of the performance of Cocoa Board in recent times. The Speaker, specifically, this report covers the period between 2019 and 2020. The Speaker, these are issues that have been raised on the floor of this House on countless occasions. Mr. Speaker, the report indicates that current liabilities of Cocoa Board exceed current assets. That's a dangerous position. It is an indication that they have liquidity challenges. And therefore, those who supply them goods that must be paid within 12 months, they are unable to pay. And that explains why in this House we approved a syndicated facility of $1.3 billion for them to purchase cocoa from our cocoa farmers. And they ended up crediting the cocoa from the license buying companies without paying them, because their liabilities are exceeding their assets. That is the true position of Cocoa Board now, and that is dangerous. Mr. Speaker, the report indicates that consistently for 5 years they've been incurring losses. Why? Why? Why do you manage a business like that? That for 5 solid years you have never made 1 cedi as a profit. You are running at a loss. And the company is now overburdened with debts, to the extent that the committee is recommending immediate government intervention. Otherwise, Cocoa Board will have challenges meeting the obligations this year. Mr. Speaker, this is a situation that will need attention. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Andy talked about cocoa processing. That is very, very important. But you can only process the cocoa when you have produced it. Mr. Speaker, we are told that 2021, the total cocoa output was 683,000 metric tons. 683,000 metric tons. And Ghana collateralized 640,000, leaving us just 43,000. Mr. Speaker, out of the 43,000, 30,000 must be used to service the Chinese facility we took for the Bui Dam. So Ghana is left with 13,000 tons. And we have cocoa processing capacity of 286,000 tons of cocoa. Yet we are able to have only 13,000 available. So how are the companies going to function? They are now importing cocoa from Cote d'Ivoire to process in Ghana. And that's out to the pressure on the exchange rate that we are experiencing. If the Cocoa Board is not managed effectively, it affects the exchange rate and the entire economy of our nation. And that is what we are witnessing now. Mr. Speaker, is it not surprising to you that the law that established Cocoa Board under section 27(3) provides that at the end of every year, Board of Directors should determine an amount to be paid to cocoa producers as bonus. And for the past 5 years, no cocoa farmer in this country has been paid a bonus. The company is running at a loss. So where do they get the bonus from? Mr. Speaker, if the producers of the cocoa, for which reason we have recruited people to manage an office, cannot be paid bonus, what about the staff? Why are they paying themselves bonus? You are pushing the resources to the office. Meanwhile, the cocoa is not grown in the office. The farmers have been deprived of all the resources that they are entitled to. And you are paying yourself bonus for running at a loss. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. And Parliament, representing the people of this country and perceiving the interests of this nation, must take the necessary actions to remedy the situation. Because it's bad. It has never happened anywhere that you run a company, you incur loss every year for 5 years, and then you decide that for 2 years, 2019, 2020, I will pay my staff bonus for working for you to incur loss. They should take bonus. Mr. Speaker, something must be done to these people. The level of mismanagement is unknown to cocoa history in this country. And if we allow this to continue, Cocoa Board will collapse. Because now, if government of Ghana does not intervene, how are they going to buy cocoa this year? We have approved a facility for them, 1.3 billion again. $1.3 billion for them to go and buy cocoa 2022-2023 cocoa season. The money has been given to them, but they have liabilities. The debtors are on them. They have to pay them. So instead of using the monies to pay the farmers, they are compelled to use these monies to pay their debtors. And you see the cocoa farmers crying every day that yet they have produced the cocoa, but they can't get their cocoa to be paid for. We are the representatives of the people, and we have to defend the people at all times. Mr. Speaker, I read the Auditor General's report. For 2021. And the Auditor General is reporting that 4 activity funds have been depleted in Cocoa Board. One is the welfare fund. Under the Cocoa Board law, we are to establish the welfare fund and to deposit some amount from the profit that we made from cocoa to take care of farmers' interests. When NDC was exiting office, Mr. Speaker, we had more than 60 million, according to the Auditor General's report, in the 4 activity funds, because we have been incurring losses for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, the funds have been depleted. And according to the Auditor General, the accounts cannot even be traced. It cannot be traced.
Honorable Eric, hold on. Let me listen to that deputy.
Speaker, my good friend Eric, I heard him say that Auditor General report when NDC was leaving power. Can he be specific? I want to reference and want to check. Can he reference specific Auditor General report he's speaking to?
Very well. Honorable member, I guess you got the question.
I think I said 2021, leader. Just take note and then you can refer to all the activity funds, the 4 of them. The Auditor General is saying that for when they audited the accounts, the funds have been depleted, and now you cannot even trace the accounts. You know the reason why? The law says that when you make profits, 10% of your profits should be shared into the 4 accounts. For the 5 years that you are incurring loss, you haven't deposited a one into that fund. And that is why you have collapsed the funds and you have depleted what you inherited. Mr. Speaker, I stated on the floor here that under Cocoa Rules, Cocoa Board has awarded contracts amounting to 13.6 billion Ghana cedis as of December 2021. And Mr. Speaker, when you read the budget, they have committed 480 million in 2020, 400 million in 2021. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, you award a contract of 13.6 billion, and for 2 years, you have allocated 880 million to pay 13 billion debt. And strangely, some of the contracts were awarded in dollars. Some of the cocoa contracts that Cocoa Board awarded in Ghana here was awarded in dollars. Why should this happen? Something is wrong everywhere in this country and must be corrected by this house. So as the exchange rate increases, the value of the contracts go up. And now the contractors have abandoned side because they are not getting payment. And Cocoa Board, looking at their current situation, Mr. Speaker, they cannot pay. Even the bailout the committee is recommending, I believe that they should look for a bigger bailout. Because in 2018, they have similar challenges. In 2018, Ministry of Finance released 176 million Ghana cedis to bail them out. Yet they compounded the challenge. Something is wrong, and this house must be up and doing. Mr. Speaker, I've seen the leader
signaling you to ask me to wind up. But it is important for all of us to understand. It is important for all of us to understand that the collapse of Cocoa Board will affect the Ghanaian economy seriously. It is a subsector that employs over 2 million Ghanaians. And look at the quantum of money that Cocoa Board brings into this economy on an annual basis. So if you mismanage this company this way and fritter away resources which should have gone to the benefit of farmers, obviously you are destroying the nation. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge you, as Mr. Speaker, with all the powers at your disposal, to take a decision that will compel Cocoa Board to do the right thing, so that at the end of the day, Ghanaians will benefit from the activities and not continue to be losing resources as it is happening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Chairman of the Agric and Cocoa.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I must commend my colleague Eric Opoku. He is the ranking member of my committee for coming up with a lot of information this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, my colleague will bear with me that at the recent meeting during the syndication approval and all that, some of these issues were tabled before the Cocoa Board, and the committee requested Cocoa Board to submit information to this effect. So as we speak, the report, because Parliament was in recess, has not been submitted to us. So I implore the House to tell my colleague, Honorable Eric Opoku, to wait till the report is laid before he comes up with some of this information, Mr. Speaker. So, like my leader said, he requested for some sources. They have a lot of information to deliver to the committee. I'm the chairman of the committee, Mr. Speaker. I'm not speaking to the report. It's a point of order, Mr. Speaker. So, no, you are saying things that are outside the report. It was referred to the committee from this Parliament, this same House, that we should look into those things and report. So he is speaking outside this report, and that is what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. He has to come back to the committee for us to digest and finish with the report before he comes to talk about this report. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well. On that note, I'll put the question. Or leader, I want to contribute. Come again.
Speaker, I had earlier signaled that I want to contribute. Yes, but I have changed my mind, and I'm yielding to the Honorable Minister for Western Region. Yes.
Well. Honorable Mensa, Drobonso, please be brief.
I think a lot have been said about the high indirect cost driven by the positive gross margin of 18% to 6%. Mr. Speaker, when you look at page 34, you can find that we observe that Ghana government was owing Cocoa Board to the tune of 2.1 billion as at the end of 2020 financial year. So if this amount is cleared, I think Cocoa Board can be a little bit sound. Mr. Speaker, we also observe that, as was said by the Honorable Eric Opoku, they rely too much on syndicated loan. I think it would be better if, as a certificate agency, if we can establish a policy to set up a sinking fund to get money to purchase our own fund, cocoa done every year, looking for syndicated loan. Mr. Speaker, we discussed about the bonuses as we have discussed. We pay bonus against the profit and performance. But it looks as if it is a company policy that they have to pay the workers because it's part of their condition of service. This one has to look at it and see how far we can establish so that we go more commercially than to look at the collective agreement on the. Also, we found out that the liability, short-term liability, is exceeding short-term assets, meaning that the Cocoa Board is effectively providing a short-term financing to debtors. Why continue paying interest on the short-term borrowing? So government has to intervene to settle Cocoa Board. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Let me finally come to the Western Region Minister, where cocoa is produced most.
Mr. Speaker, you know that I'm also the son of a cocoa farmer. And I'm very happy this issue has come up. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the processed beans of just about 2%, I believe that is one area Cocoa Board will have to look at critically to do it. Their partnership in WAMCO is yielding very good results. In fact, they've been making profit in the last 4 years. Furthermore, if you look at page 8 of the report, it talks about their inability to manage their own receivables, which have jumped from 4 billion to 6 billion. Clearly, this is one area I believe that Cocoa Board will have to do a lot of work. If they are able to do a lot of work there, I believe that they will be able to take care of their problems. In fact, I believe that it is time that Ministry of Finance do whatever it takes to take care of the government part of these receivables that have been accruing at Cocoa Board over the period. I do believe that cocoa, since it's a regenerative plant, can continue to support this country in going forward. However, I also do believe that we have to start looking at the model that Côte d'Ivoire is using. That private arrangement in cocoa production, whether it's also doable in this country. Because if you look at the going concern issue that was raised, whether Cocoa Board was very viable, the statement there is that using the ultimate multivariate discriminant analysis, the going concern prospect of Cocoa Board is low. I do believe that we need to start looking at other models and see how we can use that to improve the operations of Cocoa Board. But in fact, if you look at the amount of monies in their receivables, clearly I believe that Cocoa Board is viable and is being managed well over the period. Inconsistency of COVID had also created some problems for Cocoa Board in the last 2 years. And I believe that when we give them more chance, they'll be able to do better than they are doing now. On this note, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address.
Very well. I believe Ghana is cocoa and cocoa is Ghana. So I think we have to take a critical look at the industry. I know some of the industries that are looking for cocoa beans to process, and it's becoming difficult for them to get cocoa beans. So I think that Ghana Cocoa Board should take a critical look at some of the discussions and the issues that have been raised here critically. On that note, I'll put the question, and the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. The ayes have it. The motion listed on today's paper as item 7 is hereby adopted. Can we take the 8? Very
Speaker, we are ready for the 8.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I invite you to page 3, item listed 8, motion, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion listed as item 8 on the other paper at page 3, that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprise on the audited financial statement of Ghana Great Company for the 2019 and 2020 financial year. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to present your committee's report. And I will want the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, as I draw this honorable attention to some of the observations, especially on the paragraph 39 of the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that cash flow was a major challenge for the company. While the committee appreciates the company's return to profit, the liquidity position is still nothing to write about. This is reflected in the company's carrying a total of 1.55 billion current assets against a total of 1.959 billion in current liabilities at the end of 2020 financial year. The causal reason here is a poor correction rate of receivables. The Greek company is currently correcting only 55% of its receivables, even with the cash waterfall mechanism regulating ECG payments. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House for the approval of this report. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kwanadonko, the ranking, may I hear you?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the floor. But in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I will want to raise very fundamental issues about corporate governance in this country. Mr. Speaker, the audited reports which were presented to the committee were presented either directly by the Auditor General's Department, were audited either directly by the Auditor Generals or were audited under the hand or the instructions of the Auditor General. And Mr. Speaker, that raises a fundamental issue of legality and illegality of the audit. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the great company of Ghana, Gridco. Gridco is a limited liability company. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 187(2) of the Constitution, that empowers the Auditor General to carry out audits. That power does not include the power to audit companies. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I want to read for emphasis. Article 187(2), the public accounts of Ghana and of all public offices, including the courts, the central and local government administrations, of the universities and public institutions of like nature, of any public corporation or other body or organization established by an act of parliament shall be audited and reported on by the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, this phrase again finds expression in the Audit Service Act 584, Section 11. It does not clothe the Auditor General with the power to audit companies. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian state has been derelict, and that includes this very House. At the time the Constitution was promulgated, a number of these companies were corporations. We pass the law and act in this house, turning them into companies. We refuse to amend, or we fail to amend the Auditor General's Act to give the Auditor General power to audit state-owned companies. We don't. We didn't. Therefore, the Auditor General is just exercising powers that he does not have. He's not clothed with the power. This is so fundamental that, Mr. Speaker, I want it raised on the floor. And indeed, I have filed an urgent question for the Attorney General as to why he has not brought an amendment to amend the Audit Service Act to give the Auditor General the power to audit state-owned companies. Mr. Speaker, this is fundamental. And this is the prelude to my own comments on the Greek Company of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is so serious that I plead with the speakership and the leadership of this House to take note of that and correct it. We believe that corporate governance in this country must be by law. The power of the Auditor General to audit state-owned companies must be based on the framework of law. The Auditor General has no such powers as of today. I'm happy the Deputy Leader of the House is in the chamber, and he is a senior member of the bar, not the chore bar, the proper bar by profession. And I will want leadership to take note of this so that going forward, as we improve on corporate governance, we will stay within the limits of law. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also want to look at the report before us. Mr. Speaker, for the years 2018, 2019, 2020, the Great Company of Ghana incurred net losses. Mr. Speaker, this is symptomatic of a broader trend in that whilst we have 54%, and indeed some estimates say 56% of the assets of the Ghanaian state in the hands of state-owned enterprises, 90% or more of these enterprises are continuously making losses. Therefore, it is not surprising that the macro economy of the Ghanaian state finds itself where it is. These entities are not contributing to the consolidated fund. Indeed, the capital of the state invested in them is being withered away by the continuous losses they make. Mr. Speaker, we also have a situation, and this is captured vividly in paragraph 18 of our report, where GRIDCO's capacity to meet its short-term obligations, its capacity is undermined by its own losses. GRIDCO is also unable to meet its short-term obligations from its short-term assets for its current assets. It is unable, there's a mismatch. And this is exacerbated the cash flow challenges of GRIDCO. Mr. Speaker, the cash waterfall mechanism was introduced to improve on the distribution of revenue arising out of the sale of electricity. Mr. Speaker, when you are receiving only 55% of what you are owed, what is due you, for any entity, when you are receiving only 55%, Mr. Speaker, you will be challenged when it comes to cash flow. And so, GRIDCO is symptomatic of the challenge that the energy sector, particularly the power sector, is going through. Serious liquidity problems. Mr. Speaker, these issues should be taken very seriously by this House. And therefore, it is also not surprising, Mr. Speaker, that GRIDCO is undercapitalized. GRIDCO in paragraph 27 is receiving only 55% of what it is owed by the Electricity Company of Ghana. The least said about NEDCO is the better. So, Mr. Speaker, but there are opportunities. GRIDCO is increasingly increasing its revenue earnings from the export of power. This is one bright spot that this House should encourage the management of GRIDCO and indeed the power sector as a whole. There is a big market for power export in the sub-region, and this is captured by paragraph 35. There is a good export market out there. We are unable to meet the demands for the export of power in Burkina Faso. There are indications that Mali will also want to import power from Ghana. So there are business opportunities there, but the opportunities have to be taken up by GRIDCO and other players in the power sector. Mr. Speaker, I also want to draw the attention of this House to the late preparation of accounts. GRIDCO is registered as a limited liability company, going by the Companies Code, going by the Public Financial Management Act, and going by good corporate governance. Entities are expected to have their audited account within a maximum of 6 months. Mr. Speaker, about 80%, if not 90% of all the companies your committee has dealt with are unable to present audited accounts within a stipulated period of time. This is a serious indictment on corporate governance. Mr. Speaker, for lack of time, I want to bring my submission to an end and support the motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes. Let him come to Honorable Member for Manson Quanta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to make my contribution towards the motion by making reference to the main functions of GRIDCO.
Honorable Member, why don't you contribute from your seat so that you'll be recorded as such?
Let's work on
because if you are not careful, your contribution will not be recorded in the Hansard as Honorable Member for Manson Quanta. It will be recorded in the name of the one whose table or chair you are contributing from. I want your name to appear. Yes, let's hear you, even though
I wanted to be closer to my chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, I want to make reference to the main function of GRIDCO. Paragraph 8 of the report says that GRIDCO are to undertake economic dispatch and transmission of electricity from wholesale suppliers to bulk customers, which include Electricity Company of Ghana, Northern Electricity Distribution Company, Baku, and Enclave Power in the mines. And then they have to ensure that they are fair and non-discriminatory transmission services to power and market participants. Mr. Speaker, GRIDCO is doing well. When you look at the financial report that they submitted to the committee, GRIDCO on paragraph 10 was making 137% in their operations. That tells you that the company revenue grew from 495.7 million in 2018 to 1,175.5 million in 2020. Revenue growth was driven by bulk transmission, which increased from 15,960 watts in 2018 to 18,070. It tells us that GRIDCO has the capacity to improve and grow. At the same time, GRICO also has the capacity to increase its revenue over 400% over the period from 122.5 million in 2018 to 855.9 million in 2020 due to higher revenue growth and dealing direct costs that will also work on. That shows that GRICO has opportunity and advantage to grow. Despite the fact that GRICO has some challenges in terms of their administrative costs and financial charges, GRICO also has opportunity to export more to the West Africa zone. On that basis, we may want to state that despite the fact of the challenges on financial costs and administrative expenses, if GRICO is encouraged to adapt cost reduction strategy and make sure that they are exporting to the West Africa zone in their effective cost management, then GRICO has the opportunity in future to generate more revenue to help the country, its economy. On that note, I want us to look at the positive eye of GRICO that it has the capacity, it has the chance, it has the way to lead this country into export business, where power will be another source of generating more revenue for the country, rather than writing off GRICO with the challenges that they are facing now. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I may want to state that GRICO has the capacity and opportunity. We have to inject more funds into the company so that it can take advantage of the export business that is yearning towards it. And at the same time, the government should encourage GRICO and those customers which are buying from GRICO to pay competitive price to sustain the company, to lead the export drive to improve the country's revenue capacity. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I say that I support the acceptance of this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes. Honorable, you have spoken. Let him hear. Honorable, is it Peter? Is it Tema East? Yes, let him hear you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion on the financial statement of GRICO for the 2018, 2019, 2020 financial year. Indeed, we could say GRICO has performed well if we look at the gross operations. But as we would see under paragraph 10 of the report, and with your permission, I would want to make that reference, that the revenue increase was partly attributed to possible adjustment in transmission service charges during the period. Indeed, you, as the earlier speaker said, we note gross revenue growth of 137.1% from 495.7 million in 2018 to 1,175.5 million in 2020. If our gross performance is not measured by our indicators of both direct cost and administrative cost, the gains we make in tariff adjustment and transmission service charges would all go to the drain. And that is why, in spite of growth in gross revenue, we see losses for the reporting years. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note, as recorded in paragraph 13, and I want to read that, administrative expenses were high, increasing from 15.2% of total revenue in 2018 to 35% of total revenue in 2020, accounting for an average of 35% of gross sales. As a result of high borrowing, finance costs constituted 35%, 34%, and 10% of total revenue in 2018, 2019, and 2020. Mr. Speaker, the report goes on to state that the exchange losses on borrowing accounted for over 50% of total financing costs. And this is where financial engineering, performance management, and good governance would help our state institutions to move from the continuous loss-making state to better performance, so we can begin to show profits in the management of our state enterprises. This situation is important to me because it looks like the increasing cost or increasing administrative cost of our state enterprises are partially due to high employment numbers. Whereas we all agree that the agency responsible for employment matters is the YEA. Unfortunately, we see most of our state enterprises increasing their staff numbers beyond what would inure to their better performance. If you have organizations that are just creating desks and increasing the numbers, yes, we need employment. But anytime we go way above the numbers required for the operations that we engage in, certainly administrative cost, staff cost, and other costs that are linked to mismanagement would go up. And that is the situation we see in this report. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to draw attention of this House to another worrying situation in our state enterprises, which has to do with late preparation of accounts. That is worrying to me because we expect the finance departments and accounting departments to be responsible for the reporting of state enterprises. What we have noticed, and Mr. Speaker, I would want to put this on record, that most state enterprises are not preparing their financial statements as enshrined in the laws, both their parent acts and the Financial Management Act of this kind. And I think that our state enterprises must do well to adhere to those requirements. And I read paragraph 38, which states that the committee observed that GRIPCO was in breach of the Companies Act, the Public Financial Management Act, and international best practices in signing its annual account. And I dare say that this is not a situation that affects only GRIPCO, but many state enterprises are failing to adhere to reporting standards. And I think this House, with the Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises Committee, must ensure that these acts are not violated going forward. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to second the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Very well. Leadership, if I may invite you briefly to also conclude.
Put it off. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member who just had a bite said he was seconding the motion, but because it's been seconded already, I just wanted to draw his attention so he does the needful.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I intended to support the motion on the floor.
Very
Thanks,
well.
my senior.
Thank you. And Leader, thank you too. Yes, I want to conclude. So, are you yielding yours to? Yes, lawyer, let's hear you. But be brief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Committee on Employment in respect of GRIPCO Company, Ghana Limited. Mr. Speaker, looking at the report as presented, at page 2, the functions of GRIPCO as transmitter of high-power electricity transmission services, they have, in a way, for the period in session ensure that our power generation and transmission has been very good. And it's highly commendable, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, looking at page 6 of the report, in terms of the impairment, it is my considered view that all efforts should be made to ensure that the company collects its due debt timeously so that they can also meet the expectation of the people. The lights have been on all this while because BRICO, as a good partner in the power industry, have contributed their best, and we highly commend them. But we would also again say that they should expand their responsibility towards the communities that make use of their services. The issue of metering has been a little challenge to some communities, especially areas that have now been new expanded areas. They should ensure that they make meters available as possible. With this kind words, few words, I pray that this report of the committee be accepted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Finally, leader, let's hear you. And I will also implore you to be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief. Mr. Speaker, I've combed through the report, and I must commend the leadership of the Committee of Employment and Social Welfare for doing a good job. Mr. Speaker, and that is a reflection that leadership is cost, and leadership is everything. There is a total transformation on the Committee of Employment and Social Welfare. And I have no doubt that if what Parliament has done, I know the Honorable Baswa and Honorable Dr. Kobna Donko. Honorable Baswa was the chairman of the acting chairman of the Special Budget Committee. He was very diligent. Honorable Kobna Donko too, in terms of policy, is an expert. And that combination has given a facelift to the Committee on Social Welfare and Employment. And I believe that amounts to the reason why that committee now is always on the move. State enterprises and chief executive officers are now looking very sharp, simply because they are always called to account. And I believe other committees must learn from the good job that the Committee of Employment and Social Welfare is doing. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because if you look through the report, and time may not permit me to go and quote verbatim, if you look at the profitability ratio of GRIDCO, over 400%. However, in the second paragraph, they are saying that even though they made a profit of over 400%, the high administrative cost has led to increasing losses. Mr. Speaker, which company will make such a profit, even if it were to be a private company? I don't think even 100% increment of profit, that company will be making losses. But the burden of administrative burden that we put onto state enterprises must be looked at. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, very soon we will be heading towards what used to be called privatization. Because no company on this earth will make such a high profit and be making losses. So it tells you that GRIDCO is not a bad company, but it has administrative challenges. Because you have a high gross profit, over 400%, and you have a high level of administrative expenses, and because of that, you are running into losses.
If this were to be your company, Mr. Speaker, I don't think no chief executive officer, if this were to be a private company, will accept this. The second thing is, Mr. Speaker, the going concern aspect of Gridco. They are saying that the picture looks very bad. So, Mr. Speaker, Gridco being a very strategic asset of this country, I think we should not just end with this report. A careful look must be taken onto the management of Gridco. Because if Gridco fails, most policies of government are going to fail. The one district, one factory is going to fail. The strategic industries are going to fail. All this, Mr. Speaker, I think after this, the company must ask for detailed expenditures of those administrative costs so that we may be able to input into it and advise government accordingly. So, Speaker, growing up, we used to see in the village what used to be called OSA, On-Board Service Authority. So, Speaker, at a point it collapsed. STC, at a point it collapsed. But with good management, Mr. Norma Donko, the late Norma Donko, was able to revive the STC. And as I speak now, under Mr. Samuel Barton, STC is creating employment and solving our transportation problems as well. Mr. Speaker, clearly,
okay, it's corrected.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it has been written and given to me. But because, Mr. Speaker, I know you are putting pressure on me, so because of that, I wanted to run away. Nana Komia, I meant, Mr. Speaker. And Nana Komia was a former member of this house, and I know how diligent he was. So he's a perfect mind in that institution. So choosing leadership for state institutions, Mr. Speaker, is very critical. But if that is not done, then it turns like, oh, I supported, and therefore me too, I'm being put here just to chop small. I don't think strategic assets of the country can be meant for such high administrative cost. So in choosing leadership for state institutions, government must take into consideration who can do what. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, Ghana can boast of any human resource, even in any other institution. But if we don't let the public sector, public service commission, that perfect assessment to give us our best to mind our institutions, always this is where we will be ending. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, they have corporate governance challenges, insolvency assessment, they fail, profitability, they fail, going concern, they fail. And if we don't do clear assessment and make a U-turn, very soon, Gridco will be a company of the past. With this, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying that state institutions that own Gridco must pay their liabilities, and that will help save the company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I want to end by commending the Honorable Kobra Donko and the Honorable Philip Baswa. They are charting a good path. Most other chairmen and ranking members will learn from them. Not forgetting the chairman of the State Enterprises Ministry, Honorable MP for Ifia, is also doing a good job. They should keep it up.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, thank you very much. And thank to all the contributors. And at the end of the contribution, the question is, as many as are in favor, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion listed number 8 in today's order paper is hereby adopted. Yes, leadership, any indication?
Mr. Speaker,
we are entirely in your hands, as there is nothing immediately available for consideration by the plenary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm with my colleague.
Very well. Honorable members, we bring proceedings to a close, and we will go ahead to adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I thank you very much for your attention, and the House stands adjourned.
Thank you.